Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunamu te moana, hei hua rahi mā tātou e te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa, hui e, tā ki e. May peace be widespread. May the sea be like greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. So welcome everybody to the meeting, and I have to do a roll call because Maya said if I don't, I'm in trouble. So I'm going to start the roll call. His Worship the Mayor, are you online? I'll come back to His Worship the Mayor. Deputy Mayor, Cashmore.
Kia ora, Alf. Morning, everybody.
Tēnā koe. Councillor Bartley.
Talofa Chair, good morning everyone.
Malo sui fua. Councillor Casey.
Morena Alfie.
Morena. Whanana Fessel Collins.
Oh,
I think.
He'll be late.
Yeah, he'll be late, so I've just been advised. Councillor Coombe.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair, morena koutou.
Tēnā koe. Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Councillor Dalton.
Tēnā koe, Chair.
Tēnā koe, Angela. Councillor Darby.
Morena, Chair.
Morena. Councillor Fletcher. I'll come back to Councillor Fletcher. Matua Honik. I'll come back to there. Oh.
Alf, I'm here. Phil Goff.
Ka pai. Thank you, Your Worship.
Talofa.
Hello. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora mai tātou.
Tēnā koe. Councillor Hills. Matua Kake.
Tēnā koe te rangatira.
Tēnā koe ho. Councillor Mulholland. Daniel Newman's present, got that. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, present, thanks, Al.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Yes, good morning, I'm here.
Morena. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, I'm here after pushing the red button.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Councillor Young.
Good morning, Chair.
Morena. So look, I'll come back before we get into the agenda.
I had some connectivity issues.
Oh, sorry. Oh, is that you, Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I'm here. I just was struggling to get with a bit of Wi-Fi problems, but I'm okay now.
Okay, Morena.
I will come back before we start. Sorry, I am here. I've just worked out my machine, so my apologies, sir.
Councillor Collins. Say, love it.
Good morning, Alf. I'm present. I will be an apology for early departure, depending on timing.
Okay then, thank you so much. I was going to mention that at the apology section, so noted. I'll come back to the others who haven't replied before we get into our agenda proper. Also, I just wanted to let you know that our Director, Customer and Community Services, the lead officer for the committee, Claudia Weiss, is online, but in the room where we are is Koro, our Executive Officer, Maya, Sandra, Marianne, and Priscilla. So that's just to let everybody know who's in the room physically. So we're moving to going through the agenda. The apology, so as Councillor Newman said, he's got early departure. Also, I think Councillor Collins, depending on that, you'll be also going in and out because of the some of the other virtual meetings you have.
Thanks, Sue.
Yep, so I'm going to... Are there any others while we're here? If not, I'm going to move that they be accepted. Second, please.
Paul.
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you. So that seconded, the first call was from Councillor Young. I'll move that. All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Against, carried. Declaration of interest, there are two. Item 13, I will be declaring a conflict of interest in regards to the Cultural Initiatives Fund, one applicant in particular, and Councillor Casey will be chairing that particular item. Councillor Collins also has a conflict on item 9. Confirmation of minutes. If I move, and Councillor Casey, if you could second the confirmation of the minutes. And I will move.
Second.
Thank you. I will move that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. Against?
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. There are no petitions. Public input. Just in regards to the agenda that went out, the Safety Collective Tamaki Makoto, they will be coming through at a later meeting of our committee. So just wanted to let everybody know that. But I have however, accepted the public input from Mark Thomas and Cohen Hendrick in regards to the Auckland Night Shelter Trust. And basically they wanted to update the committee on the work of the Auckland Night Shelter Trust and to generally support the proposed strategy. Can I say at the offset is that at 4 minutes, Mark, if you and Cohen are there, at 4 minutes there will be a bell sounding, and then I would like you both, similar to that, and if you could then just wrap up, and then I'll open up for questions. So, Mark, to you and Cohen, and hopefully I've pronounced your name properly. It's over to you both. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, talo whalava. Just checking you can hear me okay, Chair?
Yep, ka pai.
Hey. No mai haere mai, everyone. My name's Mark Thomas. I'm chair of the Auckland Night Shelter Trust, which was established 3 years ago by Brendan Mengel, who apologises for not being able to be here. We've spent that time confirming the need for a night shelter, developing the operating system in consultation with LifeWise, the City Mission, and others. Koen, did you want to just introduce yourself?
Kia ora everyone, I'm Koen Hendricks. I'm the secretary of the Auckland Night Shelter Trust for the last 2-3 years, so came in relatively short after it was established.
Terrific. Our purpose today is to update you on the value of a shelter and the role that can play in solving homelessness in Auckland. Can I take the next slide, please? I want to congratulate you on a very thoughtful contribution to Council's role in this complex area. I think Kia Whai Kāinga Tātou Katoa does a terrific job, particularly focusing on the core elements of housing, wellbeing and connections. I think that's a great way to summarise what you call the domain activity. And I'm sure you don't underestimate the very great value that Council plays coordinating all of the providers in the area. Next slide, please. One of the most impressive things about your plan is that you've been able to get everything on one page, which I know Council's famous for. These 23 focus areas, of course, enable the 4 interventions that you refer to: prevention, early intervention, support, and establishing the foundation. And it's this third area, support, where we think a night shelter can add value. Next slide, please. And we've shown here where we see that opportunity is, pulling out 3 of the 23 focus areas, providing another pathway, boosting the supply of support, and helping connect the transitions for people leaving other forms of state care. I'll talk about that more as we go. Next slide, thanks. So the reason we need night shelters in Auckland is to better fit the need of our homeless population. Now, we need to be very careful, of course, about generalising a population with such discrete needs. But this slide shows one way we think, and others do too, of thinking about that need and why we think it's useful. Next slide, thanks. Because this shows who we see that need can be better addressed by plugging what we call the shelter gap. We see the value a shelter can play is primarily targeting those who need more help than the current state model provides, but not so much that Housing First is designed for. But of course, it's not quite as simple as that, but that's the core. Next slide, thanks. If you're offering something new, it's good to ask what the potential users think. And so unsurprisingly, over 90% of the 100 rough sleepers we surveyed in 2018 said they would use a night shelter. Next slide, thanks. But there's a gap that still exists, right? Several years ago, the New Zealand Parliament worked with a bunch of agencies to define homelessness. And part of the reason we have a shelter gap is even their definition of temporary accommodation didn't include a night shelter. Next slide, thanks. The Salvation Army Policy Unit, which does very good work in this area, also is not explicitly referred to the role of a night shelter. Next slide, thanks. More recently, of course, we've got a big step forward with the New Zealand's first, not New Zealand First, but New Zealand's first homeless action plan, launched by the government earlier this year, just a few weeks before COVID hit. Next slide, thanks. It's got, as you'll know, 4 key areas: prevention and supply. Next slide. Support and enablers. And support is the area where a night shelter can add now value. Next slide. The most important thing that's happened, as you all know, in recent years is not a new homeless definition or even the government's plan, but Housing First. And Housing First has an emergency shelter placement, such as a night shelter, as a core part of the homeless continuum. And that's an essential part of our model, being plugged into solving this continuum. Next slide, thanks. Part of the challenge of night shelters, of course, is that they haven't always done a good enough job around the world and even here in New Zealand. They've been run with good intentions, but not with enough integration with other parts of the homelessness system. This video shows you what's changing. We'll just watch the first part of this. If we could click that now, please. Just click the link in the middle would be terrific. Maya, is that working? If it's not, I'll just go on.
Sorry, it's just taking a little while to load.
No problem.
Oh, now it won't go at all.
Chair, hopefully the clock stops at this point.
Yeah, I've stopped the clock and paused it for 10 seconds.
Sorry, it won't load at all now.
Mark, if you could continue, because what we'll end up doing is the video will be attached to the minutes, but we'll ensure that the video gets sent out to the committee.
Terrific. Look, it's a short video of 3 minutes, and it shows a night shelter working in the US as part of the Housing First system. So it talks about what shelters do well and what they don't do. So look, it's a great real-life example of the sort of thing we're talking about for Auckland. So if we jump to the next slide. So look, today, in addition to having developed our operating and care model over the last couple of years and testing that with suppliers, we now have available buildings, ironically thanks to COVID, and we also have funding opportunities. So we're in the middle of an RFP with HUD and the Ministry for Social Development to actually help plug this emergency housing gap. Next slide, thanks. And just the next slide. So we've got the opportunity now to plug the night shelter gap and put it more clearly as part of the permanent housing system, the permanent solving homelessness system. Next slide, thanks. So I'm not asking you for money today, which I suppose is a good thing because I read that you don't have so much. I do know you do have a little available for worthy causes, but that's not the purpose of this. Rather, the purpose is that you think about the role this opportunity can play in greater success of kia whai kāinga tātou katoa. And the final slide. Thanks everyone for your time. I just want to conclude by acknowledging the terrific work people like Natalie Hansby and Ben Brooks do within Council. I know there's a team of others who do this, but these are the ones who we've been dealing with most directly, and they do a terrific job working with you. Kia ora tātou. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mark, and I just wanted to sort of see if, Cohen, is there anything you wish to add? And before you answer that question, Councillor Newman has moved an extension of time, which I will second for a few more minutes, Mark and Cohen, and then I will open it up for questions as well. So Cohen, I'm inviting you to see if you wish to speak. I will put that time of extension. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Looks like it's unanimous. All those against? So it's moved. So there you go. All yours now then, Cohen, if you wish to say anything, then I've got a few questions for both of you. Mark?
Thank you. So the only thing I would like to add here is to really think how much social damage you can avoid by having a night shelter, by avoiding people hitting the street, which is very heavily on them from a psychological point of view, and you can actually avoid addictions and other psychological issues by having them on the street for a month, 2 months, 3 months. It's typically something we've seen talking to the homeless. So if we can come in early and be that catch-all and avoid them hitting the street, give him the right wraparound services, that would add significant value and actually reduce the amount of people getting on the street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Look, before I open up for questions, Mark and Cohen, just to let you know, I and you've acknowledged Ben and Debbie. I've contacted them, and they will be obviously working with you in regards to the proposal. There's obviously no commitment in regards to any funding, which is a good thing, but they will continue to meet with you around Council's work, even around reviewing and providing feedback on their night shelter proposals, if in fact you wish that to happen. So look, I'm going to open it up, and the first question is from Councillor Simpson.
Morena, thank you, Chair. Mark, thank you for your presentation. My question is, and I acknowledge that you're not asking for money, but of course this is an emergency time with a lot of impacts through a lot of parts of social fabric of Auckland. So is there anything specific you think that Council could do to assist?
Look, I think the most important thing is continuing to do the vital coordination role that you do. Look, I know there have been some staffing changes in the areas that particularly coordinate homelessness. I think there may be a role that needs to be recruited, and I know that'll be a challenge for you with all of the challenges that you have. But I just come off a call with the Rough Sleepers Steering Group, which in fact is meeting virtually weekly now to support those agencies who are involved helping the homelessness. And look, Council coordinates that. It's an incredibly valuable thing that you do. It's a complex community, lots of people involved. There's typically 30 people on the call. So continuing to make sure there is at least a sort of people resource to help coordinate the efforts of the agencies and the providers is perhaps the most important thing.
Thank you. Chair, a supplementary then, is that what we are doing?
So if that's to me, Councillor, I mean, I know that there has been, I think, people moving into different roles within this area. And look, I think there is a gap actually currently in terms of the permanent position that was in that situation of coordinating the homeless activities for council. There's somebody who's kind of looking after it, which is terrific, and that person does a phenomenal job. But look, there is a gap there, right? And it's great that someone's covering. I'm sure there's lots of people in council who are covering different things at the moment. So I guess I'm just alerting you to the fact that, it would be very damaging, I suppose, to sort of council's aspirations to coordinate if we were to lose resourcing from that area.
Covered, Councillor Simpson?
Yeah, I suppose I might just follow up with you, Mr. Chair, offline around that. It's going to be a challenge, isn't it? But I see that need. So thanks for alerting us, Mark.
Sure.
There's an opportunity to ask any of the questions as well when we get to the item 14 on the homelessness. Councillor Cooper.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. It is really interesting because I guess my question is more around the suburbs, because at the beginning of the term, one of our new Waitaki Rangers local board members was really keen to get something like a night shelter going in Henderson, West Auckland somewhere, because we do have quite a few rough sleepers at night, and it's a problem for them, but it's also a problem for the community. And is this, and our staff told us, no, that's not the way we're going now. It's not the right thing to do, but I can see from the presentation there really is a gap. Do you envisage, for example, you're obviously going to be focused on the city centre, of course, but is that an option then, for example, if you've got people maybe living in Henderson or New Lynn in the streets, on a train line, they can jump on the train if they've got enough money and get into the night shelter at night? Or is it going to be specifically for people that usually sleep in the city centre?
Look, it's a great question. We explicitly use the term night shelters because we're not claiming to have the credit. There is, in fact, some of you may know, there is actually another group who are working on a night shelter proposal for the central city too. What we want to develop is a model that can be replicated in different parts of the city. And Vision West were on the rough sleeping call this morning, and they remind us regularly how acute the issues are in West Auckland and how stretched they are. So the short answer to your question is it's not designed to be exclusive to people who are living in the central city. Obviously, the numbers that we could cope with on any given night are limited, but there's not going to be some kind of passport that we need to see that you're a CBD resident, right? So that maybe addresses that issue. But the broader, I think, answer is to say we've got to develop something that's a permanent part of the homelessness continuum. That's our objective. And so that's why working with partners such as City Mission, LifeWise, and we need to engage with Vision West is an important part of what we're doing.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Angela.
I was doing some work with Housing First a couple of years ago out our way, and which led me to Auckland and Hamilton. And at that point, we weren't going down, or the shelters weren't supported in the model. And I'm just wondering what's happened. Has there been a realisation that actually there is a need for shelters and we must support them? So their intention was to go straight into housing, accepting there is not enough housing. So where does Housing First, the model itself, sit with this?
Look, another great question. I think the policy people, both within council and government, would tell you that they've been nervous about the role of shelters, and actually there's some good reasons for that. We know, you may have seen the news about the shelter in Wellington last year. So there've been some shelters badly run, although always with good intentions. What I think is changing is the work that we, and I'm sure the other shelter people have done, talking with people who are really at the coalface about the value that it can play as an integrated part of the Housing First and homelessness continuum. So it's kind of, it fills a gap actually that I think you can see is there. So you're quite right to say that it's not been, in fact, it's been explicitly excluded, I think, previously. And I suppose we're not sort of sitting here asking for permission, actually. We're sort of advising you of an opportunity, I guess giving you some insight into the approach we're taking, looking for ideas that you have, but saying this is the path we're on because we think it's justified and actually is an essential part of what we need to do a better job dealing with some of our most vulnerable.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
If there's no further questions, Mark, to you and Cohen, thank you so much. We look forward to continuing the dialogue with Ben and Debbie, with the team, and again, look forward to see what eventuates. So to you both, thank you so much. And I have got Councillor Fletcher. She will move. I will second. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Again, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Cohen.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks, everyone.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks.
Good luck with your challenges.
Thank you. We move back to the agenda. Item 6, local board input. There is none. No extraordinary items for number 7, precedents. Just to let everybody know that I will end up agreeing that item 10 will be moved up as the first item. And so just before we end up going to item 10 in our agenda, just to let our committee know that all of us here would love to get home by 5:30. So it'll be great to have the cooperation around that, because we have got a full agenda. So I'll go and go to item 10. I will move item 10. Councillor Casey, can you second? And then we put it through for discussion. Okay, so look, I'll invite Graham Bodman to end up talking to this particular matter. Thank you.
Kia ora, Chair Alf, councillors and members, Morena, Koto. Hopefully you can hear me and see me okay. My name's Graham Bodman, General Manager, Arts, Community and Events, and I've got a brief presentation to just speak to. I've also got my colleague Amanda Kelly on the line to answer any questions that may arise that I'm not able to answer well enough. And also just like to note apologies from Catherine George, who's the author of this report and the Arts and Culture grants that will be coming up shortly. She's away unwell today and unable to attend. So I'll take the paper as read, and just we've got 4 slides here that I'd just like to just highlight the key points, if I may. So the purpose of the paper today is to confirm the priorities and the budget allocation and timing of the funding rounds for the regional arts and culture events and community development grants rounds for financial year 2021. And these are important because they are ways of supporting community-led initiatives that support council's goals for Auckland. And as the slide mentions there's a number of key policies and action plans that inform the grants rounds. So just go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, we're just trying to get it up for you, Graham.
Kia ora. Well, I'll continue, and hopefully the slide will come up in a moment. So slide 2's got a summary of the priority areas. That's on page 120 of the paper, and just wanted to highlight that the proposal is to carry forward the priorities from last term. So for each of the grants areas for arts and culture, for community development and events, we've got those priority areas, and these include, oh, there they are, kia ora. So you can see them there in front of you. And for those of you who were here in 2017, we did have a workshop with the former Community Development and Safety Committee, I think it was, where we workshopped these priority areas in quite a lot of detail. So the proposal is to carry them forward and also to reflect the our strategy 2022 Kia Manawaroa Tātou, which talks about the importance of focusing on communities that need us most in the context of recovery from COVID-19. And that's our recommendation is to also reflect that aspiration in our assessment criteria. So just next slide, if I may. Another aspect of the recommendation is to consider the budget. So as part of the emergency budget, the recommendation was to reduce, or what was approved, in fact, was a reduction of the total budget from 2.036 million to 1.636 million, so a reduction of 400,000, or approximately 20%. And we've got the next slide just summarises what the how we recommend that to be allocated this year. So just go to the final slide. If we may, Maya. Kia ora. So we're recommending the split as per the slide in front of you, and that is a reduction of the events budget from 600,000 to 400,000. And that was reflected explicitly in the consultation documentation for the emergency budget. We're proposing to keep the regional community development budgets the same at $295,000 and see the subsequent a further reduction of $200,000 from the regional arts and culture round from 1.141 million to 941,000. And we're also proposing, instead of having a total of 5 rounds, where normally we would have 2 rounds for regional arts and culture, 2 for regional events, and 1 for community development, just having 1 round each. We've already held the round for regional events, which will be considered as the next item, and we're recommending that we quickly take both the arts and culture and community development rounds to the community next week, so we can actually consider them quickly as 1 round and get them back to this committee before Christmas for final decisions, so we can support organisations as quickly as possible. So that's a very quick summary, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Amanda, is there anything to add?
Nothing to add from me, thank you.
Okay then, I'm just going to open up for questions. It appears straightforward, Graham and Amanda. So you've seen the recommendations. I'm just going to, if there's no question. Councillor Simpson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, my question is, I acknowledge that the budget here has been reduced under our emergency budget, but my question is around the fact that now we're in this year. Are staff confident that this is the best way of is it best to keep the current priorities based on the fact that this is going to be an unusual year, for want of a better word? I mean, are they absolutely, do they stand by their professional advice around the priorities?
Kia ora, Councillor Simpson, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do. We are confident. So we think that Māori aspirations, reflecting diversity, community-led placemaking, and also supporting youth, which are some of those key priorities, remain actually very relevant in the current environment. And we think there's sufficient scope within the assessment criteria to make consideration based on the quality of the applications and these priority areas. So in short, yes, we are confident that these are fit for purpose.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I haven't seen any in the chat, so if there's no further questions, it's been moved and seconded. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Thank you. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Graham and Amanda. And then we're moving now to the next item, and that is with our regional events. And I just want to welcome David Burt, the manager for events, and I'll move it. So for discussion, can I get a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Mr. Chair. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Tracy. So it's been moved and seconded and open for discussion. So I'll invite David Burt. And if you have any of your staff with you, David, please introduce them. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, and kia ora to councillors. It's my job to present the recommendations for you to consider on the Regional Event Fund grants allocation for this financial year. To assist me, I've got David McIntosh, who's our Senior Advisor Events. David took the lead in administering this fund and assembling all the information and leading the staff assessment committee. So David will be is also online to answer detailed questions. Just in a brief form of introduction, as you've just heard in the previous item, that in this year of COVID implications, the decision has been made to reduce the regional event fund allocation from 600,000 to 400,000, and that we would only have one round this year, not the usual two. The round opened on the 17th of July and closed on the 28th of July. Now, the reason for that very truncated period of just almost 10 days was that the feedback from the events and festival community was, could council please make some decisions before Christmas, so events that were due to be held in November, December had some certainty, and generally council doesn't fund the lion's share of any event. They need to go out and confirm that council had some skin in the game so they could go back to the commercial community for other support. So that meant that we only had those 10 days, and David and the team really worked hard in consulting organisers and doing the assessments in a short period. The end result is that we had 36 applications and we're recommending 32 for grants. We did note that some events that have been regularly supported through the regional events grants are not happening this year. Coca-Cola Christmas in the Park, the Japan Day, the secondary schools Kapahaka and the Highland Gathering. So they were not withdrawn. As you can see in the area of paragraph 32, we've assessed that some applications are recommending reduced funding, often because in previous years, like the track and field Sir Graham Douglas and the Puanui horse trials, they were having international competitors and higher costs. So we think they can survive for slightly less. The Tempo Dance Festival is moving to a digital format, and the Aotearoa Māori Sports Awards requested less. We've only recommended 4 be declined. That was Te Rama, which is receiving substantial ATEED funding, the Someday Festival, which is also eligible for Creative New Zealand, Bean Rock, which was a swim, which is a new one. We have other swim series, and the youth community one wasn't really a regional style event. So look, that's our recommendations to you as councillors to consider. And as I said, David is here to answer more detailed questions about our assessments and in particular about any event you would like clarification on. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and also to your team. Thank you with the earlier conversation once the emergency budget was set in regards to getting applications and getting the events that our community can attend. So thank you for the work of your team. Councillor Bartley, I know there was a question because you having difficulty around the technical side of things. So if you're online, do you wish to ask the question that you put into the chat box, or do you want me to ask David of it? Okay, look, David, it appears that Councillor Bartley is having issues. So look, her question in the chat box is that, what is the analysis that the officers went through regarding communities that need us most, and funding to regattas, horse trials, exterior challenge, which charges for entrance, show jumping, etc. That's one question, and then there's another one as well. David?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've taken all of those elements into account, and as Graham Bodman alluded to earlier, that's the communities in need. We also reflect on terms of the criteria that has been long established in the events policy and the priorities under the events area, which is outlined in terms of youth Māori and others, and also trying to achieve some activity in the winter. So we have tried to achieve a balance between sporting events, cultural events, community events, and also tried to balance a geographic distribution across the region. So we do try to take all of that into account. And in the end, those are our recommendations as professional advisors, and now to be debated by councillors.
Okay. The other question here is, I've got: is there contingency for the economy, and also contingency if events get cancelled in time due to COVID? Can the funds be either refunded? But my understanding is they won't go out until they actually have the funds, David.
Yes, that's the approach, and we will be extra zealous this round, given the uncertainties of what levels we be at as to whether events can proceed or not, and we will have to have clawback clauses in any grant contracts that we enter into.
Okay, thank you. I will then move into questions and comments. I think it'd be easier if we did that instead of going backwards and forwards. So I got first off is Councillor Casey.
Hello. Can you hear me all right, Alfie?
Yeah, and David can as well.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. My comment relates to, usually I have to declare an interest at this particular funding meeting because I'm patron of the Auckland Highland Games Association. But sadly, The Highland Games have become one of the casualties of COVID, and it's simply there's just not enough time frame to put on the 45th Highland Games. But the good news is it's been scheduled for the 20th of November 2021. So I know you'll all be pleased about that. My question relates to the diary of events that we fund, David, and I think it's really important for committee members to try and get along to funded events and report back. So it's whether you can possibly provide the committee with a list of the dates for all these funded events and be accepting of feedback from councillors who may be in attendance.
Yes, that's a very good idea, Councillor Casey, and we can supply that as a calendar. I can assure the councillors that between David and myself and other staff, we do try to attend all of these events, and I think personally I went to at least half of them last year, and it's useful to be there to get that experience, to get feedback from people that are attending in the community, and to be able to discuss the implementation of the event and what organisers are thinking. So yes, I'd encourage that, and we can supply that calendar.
Sorry. Thanks, David. And just because I can actually talk about the Highland Games, if you haven't ever been, make sure you go along next year because it is a fantastic cultural experience.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Casey. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Casey. I attend the Highland Games on a regular basis because they are at the Ellerslie Racecourse. I have been recently anyway. I have two questions, David. My first question is general and my second is more specific. So my general question is, will the contracts for funding these regional events all have clauses in them so that if the event does not happen as their request was, that we get our money back?
Well, that's our intention, and we will be working to do that. It's always a tad difficult as to when the event is cancelled and how close it is to the actual date. Sometimes there is legitimate expenditure, often things like planning for traffic management, road closures and what have you. They've had to pay out to consultants earlier, and so some money has often been spent, and that's especially the case of like this year, the poor Polyfest organisers, it was cancelled virtually the weekend before, so there was a lot of expense had gone out. But if there's a longer time period, yes, we should be able to recover most of that, and we will be putting those clauses in and working very closely with our contract administration and purchasing teams to get the right contracts and legal requirements into those. They're very important this year.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that because obviously that's important to the finances of Auckland Council, so I appreciate that. My second question is a little bit more specific, and I beg the Chair's indulgence, and it's just the difference between the Swim the Shore and the Beam Rock event. Can you just tell me why Swim the Shore was the one that was chosen? Does it have more attendees? Is it cheaper? I just kind of, I'm interested in the volume of people that attend. That's all. The reasoning for you to choose one over the other.
Yeah, the Bean Rock is a new event, and so it certainly sounds really exciting. Swimming out and around such an iconic, I was going to say landmark, it's a watermark. And perhaps David McIntosh, who has analysed them all, could give me a bit more detail about numbers. David, are you available?
Kia ora koutou. In terms of the decision making regarding those events, we basically it was because they're both part of the same series, and we'd previously funded the Swim the Shore event, and we proposed to continue funding that rather than switch to the alternative swim event. So that was primarily the focus we had in looking at our funding this year, was continuity of support to event organisers. So it would have really just been we were in a position to really fund additional events easily, and in this case it would just have been a switch of funding for that organiser from one event to another.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, you're very hard to hear on my line.
Yeah, I was just going to ask whether you got that, Councillor Simpson.
No, but I just have to accept that it was an answer. Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
David, can you get back to Councillor Simpson after this meeting, please, just to sort of clarify that, because you sounded like Snoop Dogg, a rapper. So yeah, in the beginning part. So, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I guess some of the questions I had about money, because it's not just COVID this year. We had the mosque shootings the year before, where quite a few events were cancelled, and we've honestly got no certainty about next year as well. And I guess I just wanted to be a bit like Councillor Simpson, reassure that there's a mechanism to get as much money back as we can if things are cancelled. I know out west, Diwali and places, they've had to pay in advance and they can't get the money back and all that. So it happens, but I've sort of somewhat reassured around that. The other question was around, when I'm looking at the figures for things like eventing, Pride, and then things like athletics, and I think about, okay, Pride, yes, that's great, but there's been such uncertainty around that in the last few years as well, and that's a lot of money. And it's sort of kind of not very child oriented. Horse trials, similar. And then you've got something like athletics, amateur athletics, which involves a lot of different ages and anybody. It's all comers, and it's getting 5,000. I kind of, just in my head around community, it just doesn't seem a lot. I just wondered, not many people can go to the horse trials.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are interested whole region in Pride, but things like athletics, wherever they're held, are something that a lot of people access.
Yes, Councillor Cooper. It's always difficult. Assure you, we're recommending supporting the Pride Festival, and that's the festival element, not the parade. So there's 3 or 4 different events within that for the rainbow community.
That's great then. That's reassuring, because we've had a few issues with parades, so that's great. No, I kind of understand that. That's good.
Yes, and it is surprising. I've, along with a number of other councillors, have attended the Puanui horse trials. I can assure you there's hundreds and hundreds of people attend that.
The day I went, there was no one. We're all, and the amount of money spent on the VIP tent was extraordinary. I don't think that needs to happen if we're paying for that. Right. I went there, and I think there was Councillor Cashmore and his wife, and that was about it.
Okay,
people at all, but anyway.
Yeah, well, I might have gone on a better day, and I was a bit surprised. And that's the balance, and there's other events that are orientated towards family and children, such as Santa Parade and other things. So, look, it's a balance that we've evaluated and again put to you as councillors for decision. So I suppose it's really up to you at that point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Walker and then Deputy Mayor.
Hi, Alf, you hear me okay?
Yeah, no problems at all, my mate.
Okay, so I've just got a question that's further to the issue that Desley raised about quite obviously ability to get reimbursed because of COVID and other events. And my question goes like this: Is it possible to have some form of template that would go to risk mitigation into the future around event planning? Because quite obviously we've got risks attached to COVID according to levels. And if you're planning an event, quite obviously, if you can reduce your commitments or have clauses around commitments so that you've got escape clauses, if you can look at timing in terms of expenditure, you're better able to be flexible if something crops up. And I would suggest certainly in respect of the COVID climate and the risk attached to a shift from level 1 to 2 to 3 or the like, that we really need to look to mitigate these things. So just invite a response around that. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Walker, it's a very good point, and I think it's been made quite strongly by the councillor group. So we will be looking into that in some detail as we negotiate with the various event organisers and come up with the contracts. So I think what we will need to do is to get a bit more professional advice on that in the clauses in the contracts, and can advise you accordingly. I'm not sure if David, you prepare a lot of those contracts, whether you want to add anything at this stage.
I think it's largely going to be sort of work outside the contracts. It's in the process of monitoring what the status of the event. We have clauses in the contracts which cover return of funds that aren't spent on the event. And so it's really the challenge is actually going to be to look at that whole process of timing of work that's occurring on an event, and at what point the organisers are committing funding to various aspects. It's the same issue that we will be addressing in delivery of our internal events, council events that we deliver. So it's
I would suggest that it needs to be made available to us and be public. Quite obviously, it could be in the form of guidelines, checklist, some form of template, and it will be helpful to organisations generally, and particularly to us as it goes to risk mitigation. And obviously, I would anticipate that if there was some clause or contract, that contract would make reference to a template or a checklist or the like.
Okay then. Look, thanks, Councillor Walker, and it's obviously been noted as well. I'll move, and this is the last question that I'm seeing in the chat box, and that is to Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hi, David. Just looking with the Puanui International Horse Trial, the number of people, and particularly young girls, who participate in equine events around Auckland. Do you have that tally by any chance?
Can't
hear.
I haven't got any figures on that.
So what I just can't recall a figure. What I do remember is that it is the second most popular recreational activity for young women in Auckland. I thought the figure was like 120,000, but I stand to be corrected there.
Yeah.
And I know Councillor Cooper's comments around attendance. I was there with my wife that particular one, but the other events I've been to there have been very, very well attended, and I have seen you here over at least 2 or 3 times, David, I think, over the years. So it's a very popular event. It's well attended, particularly by the people who are participating over the days that it's run. So I strongly support the continuation of that funding for that activity.
Yes, I'm with you, Councillor Cashmore, that it is, the times I've been, it's been very popular and a great range of people. And I think it's also important that, given the geographical spread of Auckland, that we do support our rural communities as well. And it's an event that is much loved.
Okay, then, look, thank you. And it has been moved and seconded. And if there's no further questions, I've got none in the chat box. So I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, and it's been moved by Councillor Dalton and Member Kake, and it's the Regional Arts and Culture Grants Allocation Round 2. Graham, this is your item, and also again supported by Amanda Kelly. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, and good morning all again. I'd just also like to mention that, as I said last time, Catherine George, who actually is our arts and culture events specialist, who actually prepared this paper and the detail behind it, regrettably is not available today. So we will do our best to answer any specific questions that may come up. But what I would like to do is take the paper as read and just highlight a few key points for councillors and members' consideration before we open up for any questions. So I think the key point here is that this is the round 2 arts and culture grant from last financial year. So, and this was originally supposed to be considered by the PACE committee in April this year, but it was delayed due to COVID-19. I suppose the good news from our perspective and from that of the grantees is that the budget has been carried forward from last year to this year. So this is the recommendations in this paper in addition to the budget that was discussed in the earlier provisions. So just wanted to make that point really clear. So given that this is a somewhat dated series of recommendations, I just want to assure you that we've been in regular contact with the applicants over the last 8 months, in fact, and we've been working with them to get updates on their projects and the activities that they're seeking funding for. And we've also been working with them in terms of having clarity around revised timeframes and any future or sort of contingencies around COVID-19 and ensuring that there's flexibility and that what's being funded is able to be delivered, can flex accordingly, and is still appropriate for the current environment. And we're confident that remains the case. As has been discussed with the events grants, we will work closely with the applicants to mitigate any risk around paying out monies and then not having them able to proceed. And we'll use the same approach that David has just outlined for events. And the final point I'd like to make is that, as is usual when we assess arts and culture applications, it's quite a specialist area. When we make reference to the relevant guiding policies, and we also utilise the services of external assessors in addition to our own council staff who have specialist expertise and knowledge in these areas. So that's my summary, and please take any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Amanda or Catherine, is there any other further comments before I open it up for questions? And at the moment, I haven't got any in the chat box. So Amanda, Catherine?
Nothing to add from me, thank you.
And Catherine's away, Alf, so she won't be able to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I've got questions and comments together. So Councillor Hills, followed by Councillor Simpson.
Kia ora, Alf, thank you. I just want to quickly say, and this relates to the events funding too, but both this round and the events, I think these I'm glad these are still massive priorities for us and council as a whole, and they will go a long way for our community and to start increasing that arts and culture and all those jobs, and also, you know, making our communities exciting and interesting during this hard time. I know that it could have been an easy thing to just cut back all our grants for 1 year as they're discretionary, but thank you to yourself, Alf, and Kathy, and also Desley and Shane for ensuring these funds, even though cut back, are still being used for the significant projects and events and plans that they're going to cover. So just want to say thanks, and it's good to see that we're still able to cover so much for our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. And Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to briefly acknowledge the role that arts and culture play in society, especially in times of inverted commas trial, and hope that the professional guidance that our team has given us with regards to the distribution of these funds ensures that Aucklanders have some light relief as they go through this tough year. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's any further questions in regard to this particular item. So Graham, to you and your team, again, thank you so much. It's been moved and seconded. I will put the recommendation.
Sorry, Chair Alf, have you picked up Josephine's question because she's having a problem dialing in?
Yeah, I've got the text, but it's not around this particular item.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah, no, I've got the text and I've read it. It's in regards to one of the other items to come up, as well as the homelessness one. So
okay, sorry.
It's all right. I got it covered. Thank you. So look, it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Oh, that was
Aye.
quick. Yep.
Aye.
Against? Cool. Thank you. We're moving to the next item. That's the Regional Sport and Recreational Grants Program. And look, I'll move that, and I seek a seconder so that we can open it up for discussion for that.
Happy to second, Chair, if you need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. So look, it's there for a discussion. So again, we've got Peter and Dave. Tēnā korua.
Tēnā koe au. Can you hear me okay, Alf?
Aye.
Aye. Ngā kia koutou, councillors and members. I'm Peter Caciopoli, the Activation Team Manager in the Active Recreation Unit. As Alf mentioned, Dave Stewart, the Head of Active Recreation, is on the line as well, and we also have Geraldine Wilson on standby, who's our Sport and Recreation Investment Advisor. We have about half a dozen slides in terms to speak to the Regional Sport and Rec Grants Program. Next slide, please, Maya. So To start off, in terms of strategic alignment, this program directly supports the implementation of the Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan, or ASARSAP for short, with the strongest alignment to the priority of participation. Eligibility is assessed against the community grants policy from 2014. And we support a whole wide range of organisations that support Aucklanders to be more active. Next slide. The program primarily grants operational funding for regional initiatives delivered by a diverse range of community sport and rec entities, with a focus on children and young people, Māori targeted populations with lower participation rates, and those with more significant barriers to participation, particularly those in the disability sector. Next, please. As you can see, those are the last few rounds. The round we're specifically talking to today is at the bottom, so that's with the 14 with the asterisks. The fund opened on January 24th, closed early March. This is the 6th year of the grants that the grants program has been running. And we received 26 applications for a total ask of 1.4 million, so well oversubscribed as per usual, and the total fund available is 508k, which has been consistent over the last period. We'd also like to acknowledge, Auckland communities are experiencing economic uncertainty and social disruption as a result of COVID. The support the grants program offers will contribute towards mitigating some of the effects of COVID-19 by encouraging community cohesion and well-being through sport and rec programs in a safe and sustainable manner. Thank you. Next. Sorry. Sorry. There's, in terms of some insights from the applications, pleased to report there's a reduction in the number of ineligible applications, so only 4 this year. The last couple of years there's been around 9, so we're pleased that there's a reduction in that. We are continuously trying to improve the application process and hope to decrease this number further in the future. As previously mentioned, the fund was oversubscribed, and applications varied from requests from 3,000 to 260,000. As a group, the 14 strongly aligned applications provided a good balance between applicants with a good track record and who are returning to the fund or have been supported in previous years. And some of them have a really good record of delivering at scale. Examples such as FIFOD, Hockey NZ and the Active Gap program. And also some smaller programs are returning, like the Tuiai Lepa Youth Mentoring Services, which works with high-risk youth, but in a real small and targeted setting. There are a number of new projects that we have supported and who came through strongly aligned. So the Tai Chi Earth, which is a fully digital online offering, so that's something quite new and innovative for the fund. And YMCA North and Fencing North, both new to the fund, as is Kiorahi Tamaki Makoto, so direct links to Māori outcomes, and North Harbour Softball, who also have a strong association with whānau Māori in the Oraka area and have received a strong endorsement from Te Hāpai Te Haura. The last 2 slides here are really just a summary, sorry we couldn't fit it on one slide, of the applicants and the strongly aligned applicants and the total recommended amounts. Happy to take any questions or receive any comments.
Tēnā koe, Peter. So anything from you, Dave and Geraldine, before I open it up for questions and comments?
Okay.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman. No comments from me at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll open it up. Councillor Dalton.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Hi, Pete. I just had a question. I was curious over the two applications from, I'm just making sure I got the right spot here, Active. So there's two applications from Active. I'm curious as to why they apply to us when we already provide funding and they're funded quite handsomely through Sport New Zealand.
I might get Dave to respond to that one directly.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Dave.
Kia ora, and through the chair, thank you very much for the question. So the applications we had through from Active are for specific programs that reach into targeted communities. So in this case, it's things like the HOP program, Hearanga Potama, which works strongly with our Maori community, so it's very aligned to the investment philosophy that we have through this fund, and I guess it represents our commitment to be able to support and co-invest with Active and Sport New Zealand into achieving really good outcomes for that community. Additionally, the other area is GAP, which is the Greater Auckland Aquatic Action Plan. So that's about providing, I guess, water safety and education around the water, learn to swim services into low decile communities and schools, through schools. And it complements the investment that we have through FIFOD, which is John Walker Find Your Field of Dreams Foundation, which provides that service in the Legacy Manukau City Council area. So it's, I guess, making sure that those sort of services are provided across Auckland as a whole. So they're, I guess, not duplicating, but supporting the co-investment that Active receives from other areas.
Just a supplementary, Chair, I guess my comment would be that Active already gets some funding from Council. The Sport New Zealand is funding the Hearanga Potama program as well. And the GAP, Find Your Field of Dreams is a deliverer. And so maybe it would be better to give that money to Find Your Field of Dreams. But I'm just still not quite clear on the whole Active place and the investment. And I understand what you're saying about co-investment and partnership and showing a commitment to the programs. I think I've got more questions regarding Active at a more appropriate place, but thank you for your answers.
Councillor Dalton, look, just in regards to that last comment, I think at some stage we'll work with Dave and Peter and end up having a workshop in regards to the issues you've raised and others, but we will do that just to let you know.
Thank you, Alf.
Councillor Walker, then Mulholland.
Yeah, hi, Alf. So I've got a follow-on question from Angela. It's mentioned in the report that the funding includes salaries, equipment, and program costs. Okay. The particular concern I've got, and I'll give you the example that Angela mentioned around Active, is we could be funding Active, but Active may well not be the deliverer of these programs, in the sense that many of the programs on the ground via Active are delivered directly by the regional sports trusts. And the particular concern that I've got is we may well be funding a layer that is unnecessary, and we could actually achieve a better return on our funding investment. So my question that goes to this is, do we have some form of template that we get from these applications that indicates the direct costs of providing a program that would include, direct participation, in this instance, let's say, of a regional sports trust, people on the ground that are doing it, the cost, the expenses associated with those things, as compared to an overhead cost that may not be direct, but in large part is indirect. Do we receive that kind of information?
So we do receive financial information as part of all the applications. I think we understand there are some challenges noted with Active coming to the fund. I guess one thing we've had to do is that's the system Sport NZ has set up for Auckland. So Active essentially acting as that regional body, and so Active has an agreement with the Regional Sports Trust that then they will not come directly to the Regional Sports Fund. So we have no choice but to work with Active, and that makes sense in terms of scalability and having supporting the Auckland approach, which is their strategy for Auckland with all programming. As Dave mentioned, they only come to this fund for distinct programs. In this case, He Oranga Potama, and we've only supported funding a small part of that, and GAP. GAP's something we've supported over a number of years, but our investment into that program has been significantly scaled back. So we think that there's really good return for those programs because they do reach right across the region, and it really complements the existing investment and I guess manpower that exists through Active with the Regional Sports Trust as their delivery arms.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one or two comments. First of all, my understanding is that some of the regional sports trusts have not signed a contract with Active around the funding arrangement that you suggest. So I have a query about that. My specific question was around whether or not we track the entities that are actually doing the delivery, and that could be a regional sports trust as compared to Active, irrespective of the arrangement that Active might have, putting a click on the ticket, which could be a substantial click on the top. I do know, because I've had direct contact with some regional sports trusts, that they have many concerns around this, and that they have a concern around being deprived of funding through various arrangements with Active. And I also have contact directly with sports groups who share that concern. We're not talking about small quantums of money here. We're talking about large sums of money that run into the hundreds of thousands and conceivably millions. So as a governor, I'm asking some specific questions around what checks we have, what templates we have, what information that we are receiving, so that our funding goes to making people more active more often and is giving us best value, and I'm sure Councillor Desley Simpson would share that. So I would really appreciate having an answer to some of these questions. And following on from Alf's comment, I think there is some urgency around addressing this issue, especially against a background where we face reduced budgets.
So Wayne, just to let you know, what we will end up doing, and this is important, this particular here, there's two issues. One is the funds that they receive, and I'm talking about Active, the funds they receive from Sport New Zealand. So that's one issue. The issue that concerns us as Auckland Council and governors is the money that we end up putting into Active that we used to 10 years ago give to the RSTs. So that is the workshop, and I've spoken to our executive officer here, Koro, and so we will be discussing this with Peter, with Dave, with our team around having a workshop to address the issues that we can in relation to the monies that we as Auckland Council give Active. In regards to the template and everything else around this particular funding, which is separate, and I will keep that separate. So in regards to the RSTs, I know that they've contacted other councillors as well. So that discussion I've left with our executive officer Koro to talk with Peter, and we will end up discussing it at a workshop around those particular issues. But in regards to this particular fund, we're just going to concentrate on having a look at the applications, and then I will be putting the recommendation. So a workshop is definitely going to happen, and that is where we will address the issues, but only in regards to the monies that Auckland Council gives active. So
sounds good, Alf. Just in respect of the workshop, can councillors that are interested feed into the terms of reference for that workshop? Thank you.
Yeah, look, what we'll do is, and Koro's nodding, in regards to acknowledging what you've said. Whether that happens, I will leave that up to Koro. So he's taken that on board, and he will be talking with the likes of Peter and Dave and the rest of the team, and they'll come back to us, because I think it's important around that. So I'll move to. So Wayne, have you got anything else further, Wayne? If not, I'll move to.
No, just other than to say, Alf, that the request that I'm making applies not just to active. I have a general concern around, in some instances, significant overheads that we may be funding that aren't delivering as well as they could be to what I would describe the direct funding as compared to indirect. So that's the sort of information that I think we should seek across a number of entities. It follows on from the CCO review, where there may be possible to have economies of scale, integrate back office funding, and reduce overhead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to have my comment, which I indicated I would like to in the conversation bar. Mine is to also acknowledge that I'd like more information just over time, and I'm happy to hear there's going to be a workshop on active, but I'd actually like to acknowledge the staff for the work they do, Dave and team. I think it's a great sector of work that you do, and I'm also very, very proud of the diverse groups that are being supported. Thank you, Chair. That's my comment.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Newman, and then Matua Kake.
Oh yes, thank you, Chair. Look, the question's been raised by Angela and by Wayne, I guess, and you have addressed it, but I will make this comment. My issue with the active requests is that I think, looking at the active reports to date, to me that illustrates that actually they haven't delivered for the targeted population groups. I've seen their reports illustrating very high corporate overheads, and I'd point out that active doesn't have a contractual relationship with the Regional Sports Trust in South Auckland. I'm not actually that excited about the idea of giving active another go at funding the delivery of an activity for which I think they've actually got quite a poor history of delivery. Now, I take the point, Mr. Chair, that this is a separate funding application. I'm looking forward to that workshop, because when I compare Active's corporate overhead, which I think are profligate corporate overheads for a charity that has a history of non-delivery for targeted population groups, and I compare that to Find Your Field of Dreams, which is a charitable organisation with very limited overheads and very significant rollout of an offering. In terms of complementing services already out there, I'm not sure that I'll be looking to Active to do that. So when this workshop is held, I think that my view is that when that workshop is held, I'd like to have some input and some honest reflection from the Regional Sports Trusts, because I think an evidential basis for how
that relationship and how the history of this is working out for the region is something that should be central to our decision making about where we want to go with that relationship. I understand Sport New Zealand and what they're saying in terms of the model, but I want to ensure that ratepayers' money is going to actually deliver services for the benefit of my constituents. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Newman. And Matua Kake.
Kia ora everyone, kia ora Alf, and ngā mihi Peter. Hey, look, I think the workshop is a good idea. It sounds like we all got a few questions for that, but just generally, I'm really pleased that 80,000 of the pool is going towards Māori organisations. I take Councillor Newman's point though, around we want to make sure that all the pool gets to the right targeted audiences. But my question was to Peter, as part of the process, as part of the application process, do we actually ask for the audited accounts anymore? And do we know whether these organisations, what do their reserves look like as part of that process? Because if they're sitting on hardly anything, that's a good indication that we should support them. If they're sitting on a few hundreds of thousands, well, then that's a different story. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Tony. We don't ask for audited accounts for these specific for this specific grant. We just ask for budgets specific to the programs they're seeking support for. So, yeah.
All right, maybe something that could be raised at the workshop then, Alf, if we can, maybe because we don't want to be funding organisations that have got millions in their bank accounts, mate. All right.
No, kapai, will do. So if there's no further questions or comments, and I've got none in the chat line, it's been moved and seconded. Before I put the recommendation, ngā mihi ki a koe, Peter, and also ngā mihi ki a koutou to your staff as well. So thank you so much. I will move the I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Tēnā koe, Peter.
Tēnā koe, Alf, and thank you, councillors, for your questions and comments.
Yeah, and I know that you're there for the next one of the Community Access Scheme Review, item 12. So look, if I can get somebody to move in and second.
Happy to move, Chair.
Second, if it's...
Second.
Okay, so I've got the first voices, I think, was Councillor Coombe and Councillor Collins. Am I correct?
Sorry, no, it's Mulholland, not Coombe.
Sorry. So Councillor Mulholland will move, Councillor Collins will second. I now open up for discussion. Again, welcome back, Peter, Dave, and also Geraldine.
Tēnā koe, Alf. We don't have slides for the community access scheme, so I just want to give a bit of background, and obviously we'll have the report before you. So following the amalgamation of Auckland Council, Auckland Council inherited some legacy sport and rec operational funding agreements, which were deemed out of scope of the community grants policy due to primarily being community access grants to third parties to deliver asset-based services. So in 2016, the Community Access Scheme was established, and its purpose is to facilitate access to non-council operated sport and rec facilities where there are identified gaps in the regional network, and to encourage greater use of existing assets and to support multi-sport and multi-use facilities. The scheme also supports the implementation of Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan, a SARSAP, and is part of a suite of investment tools, including grants, leases and partnerships that deliver on 3 of the 4 priority areas and key actions of the plan. And those are participation, infrastructure and sector capability. In June 2018, the Environment and Community Committee indicated that it would be timely to undertake a review of the scheme as the existing agreements were close to expiry. A preliminary review has found that although the existing recipients have good track records of meeting the funding agreement KPIs, There is an opportunity to have a more direct link to the participation outcomes. Shared facilities are developed, and an example of that might be Western Springs. A more comprehensive review would allow us to do a deeper dive so we can determine if the scheme is still fit for purpose based on the Council's sport investment plan, which guides all Council investment in sport for the next 20 years. The current fund is 1.023 million, and we are seeking support to approve the extension of the current community access scheme funding agreements for 1 year, so for this financial year from 1 July 2020 to 30 June 2021, while a review of the scheme is undertaken. This will provide operational continuity to existing recipients while the review is completed. Staff, as part of the review process, will seek feedback from recipients, local boards, mana whenua and other key stakeholders, and report back to a PACE workshop with an impact analysis and to provide future options. We would like to aim for a decision from the committee in December of this year. So we're working to some fairly tight timeframes, but we're geared up to go. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Look, I'm going to open up, but just to let you know, with the sidebar and definitely the review is supported, Peter. And you know, once we end up getting the results back, then we can make decisions in regards to how we move forward from there. In particular, I think one of the things that we need to have a look at is access agreements, support Māori aspirations. So look, definitely with that. So I've, sorry, just 2 secs. So look, it's been moved and seconded. So if there's no questions, I can't see any here. Here we go. Item 12. Yeah, Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what you've just said around the support, I guess both you and others will have of the review. I note the comment that Member Kake has put in the sidebar, which I too agree with. I know in previous years there's been quite a bit of discussion about this particular fund and some of the groups that have been supported. I've always had the view that at some stage a review, just looking at what their outcomes are, the participation outcomes that the officer has referred to are really good. So I just wanted to endorse again what you've said, Chair, that a review over the next year is very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Again, look, Dave, Geraldine, before I move it, are there any comments you wish to make?
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman. No comments from me.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman. No comments from me either.
Thank you so much again, and again, Peter, to you and your team. Ngā mihi kia koutou. And I will move, I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Oh, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, got here. One more quick comment. Yep, Councillor Newman, sorry.
Look, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I hope that as part of that review, I mean, we're talking about a one-year funding agreement. I mean, I'm hoping that the review will consider an extended funding agreement period for these organisations, just for certainty. So if that's going to be picked up in the review, I'd be very grateful, please.
Yeah, you got the nod of the head from Peter, so no, it definitely will be picked up. Is it, Peter, is that?
Yes, that will be picked up. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item, I, as previously declared, a conflict of interest. So Councillor Casey will be doing this particular item, and then I will be black after that.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Fantastic. It's my great pleasure to step in for Councillor Filipaina, who's declared a conflict of interest for this item 30, which is the Cultural Initiatives Fund. So I will move to begin with. I need a seconder. I will move to review and approve the Cultural Initiatives Fund for Marae and Papakainga housing for 2020-2021. Do I have a seconder?
Second, please, Angela.
Thanks, Angela. Now, we do have a presentation, and then we'll have a listen and ask a few questions. I'd just like to say that this is some of the great stuff that this committee does, and my experience of these grants is they do such good work. So we'll hear all about that from Jane and from Shane, and I hope you took the opportunity to go to their clinic because they're very, very competent staffers. Over to you, Jane and Shane.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Casey, and tēnā koutou e ngā rangatira ko Jane Aiken taku ingoa. Māori Outcomes Lead, and it's my great pleasure to present this item to you today. I just invite Shane to quickly introduce himself.
Kia ora koutou, tēnā koe Elf, tēnā koe Councillor Casey. We'll get on with the presentation, Jane.
Kia ora. So yes, we've got about 9 slides here. This largely focuses on the process that we've used this year for the Cultural Initiatives Fund and reports back to you on the grants that you gave to Marae last year, which talks to the value of these grants. So yeah, the first slide's just summarising the purpose of the Cultural Initiatives Fund and the eligibility criteria for both the Marae part of the grant and the Papakainga Māori housing. I'll take that slide as read. The process this year, we just acknowledge here that COVID presented quite a few challenges for the grant process this year. The grant opened during lockdown on 30th of March. We did open it for a full 2 months longer than normal in order to enable marae who were significantly constrained during the COVID lockdown to have a fair opportunity to be able to get their grant applications in. And we worked with many of them to acknowledge that those grant applications may need further information furnished after the closing date, which is what in fact happened, and that was easily managed. During the lockdown, we also acknowledged we were getting a lot of feedback from marae around the guidelines either not being clear or not being broad enough to cover the needs. And so we reviewed the previous guidelines, interim guidelines, and we adopted new interim guidelines so that it was very clear for applicants what was covered, and we were able to acknowledge some of the needs that they identified needed to be met. And the report later on acknowledges that we'll do a little bit more work on those guidelines and report back to this committee next year so that you can more formally consider these and adopt them prior to next year's grant round. We then had an independent assessment panel. As Councillor Casey just acknowledged, we had a briefing opportunity for councillors on 2 different days, and it was great to see 6 or so councillors attend those. We're here today looking forward to being able to hopefully offer contracts for funding straight after this committee, and acknowledging that many of you have asked for a site visit to Marae, which will also follow. I understand that's happened in the past and has been really worthwhile. Next slide, please, Maya. So this is just going through some of our past applicants that have all furnished their updates to us as to what the grants have achieved over the last year or 2, and I'll just ask Shane to talk to this one.
Kia ora. This is the 4th year that Cultural Initiative Funds have contributed to Papakainga Māori housing development. The total investment is $1,050,000, which is inclusive of today's recommendation. Papakura Marae shown here is a cornerstone of that local community. Council support has assisted the marae to turn a housing vision to support their kaumātua into an actual reality. Their hard work undertaken by staff, elected members, and of course the marae has culminated in the approval to establish units at the marae site. This has been no easy feat, and is the first in terms of enabling this type of development on council leased land. Stage 1 construction in the red shown here will include 6 units, with stage 2 to be constructed at a later date. Council support for this initiative has been widely acknowledged, with Marae CEO recently stating that this project demonstrates a shift towards a more partnered approach with the marae that can only benefit the whole community. Why it says construction starting in August, I believe that it has been pushed out to about October. I'll take any questions.
Perhaps if we just move to the next slide and look at those at the end. So the Te Tera Hau Marae and Maungi Kia Tamaki have furnished us with a large number of beautiful photographs showing just how extensively they've been able to spread their funding across all of their internal fit out, really. So this is just talking here, this slide to their external furniture, which was refreshed, and this next slide, that's fine, Maya, is showing a complete kit out of the kitchen, but they also had internal upgrades to their whare nui, to their laundry and other facilities. So really an extensive impact made with that grant. And you'll note Te Tera Hau are again an applicant this year, but focused on external and structural issues as part of a long-term program to do a full upgrade of their marae. Next slide. Te Aroha Pā up in the Rodney area have been putting a lot of planning in with whānau over the last few years, and so the grant that went towards extensive planning for their new wharekai, you can see designs here, and the next slide shows just how valuable it is for these grants to enable the marae to lead these initiatives and upgrades themselves. Sorry, Maya, the next slide would be great. So here's just showing the whānau-based planning day, and this grant went towards all of the design and feasibility and through to resource consent. So this grant's put the marae in a position to be able to start building. The last example we've got here is Manurewa Marae, who have done extensive, and this particularly in 2019 wasn't completed until last year, but was a full refurbishment of both their tāne and their wahine wharepaku, or their toilets. So you can see here just what a complete refresh that was. Prior to this grant being given, they had to schedule in showering between tāne and wahine because the facilities were in such a poor state they were closed down. So a significant impact, and that was able to be achieved just in time for their birthday celebrations. So the community at large really was able to acknowledge Council's contribution and the significant difference this grant made. Maybe one more slide there, is there?
No, that's it.
That's great. I just thought there were some more pictures. So, councillors, that's just giving you an overview really of there's huge difference the grants make in lieu of being able to get on site today, but we will go there in the future. So I turn now to the actual substantive recommendations that in the report, and while I largely take the report as read, just highlighting the key components in the executive summary there, which is that we had 12 applications for the grant, the SIF grant this year. The grant was oversubscribed quite significantly, so it put us in a challenging position to evaluate everyone's needs. 2 applicants were ineligible. You'll note in the guidelines that we're very clear as to which marae, being our mātāwaka and mana whenua marae, and we don't support the institutional maraes associated with church and education facilities, so that was a fairly clear line that we could draw there. But for the remaining 10 applications, we are recommending to you today that 9 be granted. Of those 9, 7 of them at the value requested by the marae, 2 of them at a slightly reduced value with a reduced scope based on our correspondence back and forth with the various marae about the scope of their grant. So as a result, we have here a recommendation for close to 1.2, which is the available budget spread across these 9 marae. Just to note that Te Mahurihuri marae, which is supported here for their Papakainga housing grant, applied twice to the fund, both for the Papakainga housing and for the marae portion, due to the oversubscription, and noting that we also support Te Mahurihuri marae in another work program, marae infrastructure program. We're recommending that we decline one of their applications. So that concludes our presentation, and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Jane. Thanks, Tony, for agreeing to second this item. Before I move to Daniel, I have a question. In the past, this is really good news for the marae, and it's good news for the councillors. And in the past, we've allowed the local councillor to deliver the good news. I just wondered, before we discuss that, Jane, could you just run through the list and tell me which wards they're all in?
Ka pai. Thank you, councillors, and I have got a pre-prepared note to enable that to happen, so I'll send that out subject to your decision this afternoon. So for the Manurewa marae, we're in the Manurewa ward, Te Kiora marae in the Rodney ward, Makaurau, Mangere o Tāhuhu, the Orake in Orake, Te Herenga Waka o Orewa in Hibiscus and Bays, Te Motua Hiaroa in Mangere o Tāhuhu, the Te Tira Hau in Maunga Kia Tāmaki, Mātātua in Mangere o Tāhuhu, and Te Mahurihuri in Albert Eden.
That's great. Thanks, Jane. Well, we'll come back to that at the end of the item, but right now I'll go to Daniel. Daniel, let's do your question, then your comment.
Look, thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and thank you to Jane and Shane and the staff for the work that's been done here. It's good stuff, and I strongly support it. An old chestnut of mine for the applications for funding for Papakainga housing and also for the Kaumātua and Kuia flats. In slower time, can you just check with the applicants, please? How much has the council charged them for development contributions and consenting fees around the work for those particular activities? Because I'm very comfortable to support the marae. I do support the marae through this funding. My long-held concern, though, is the circular nature of the council's funding obligations on the marae. We grant them money, and I want us to continue to do that, but then we take a lot of it back in the form of contributions levied. And contributions should really be levied for growth-related costs, and I'm not sure about the Kaumātua and Kuia flats is actually growth-related. I just think it's improving a level of service for vulnerable people. So it's not for now. It's not for today to sort of answer that. But can you please make some inquiries with the marae that are applying for this funding to get some information about the costs that we levy them in the form of contributions, please? But happy to support the item.
Through the chair, I can respond to some of that with regards to the Kaumātua units. There is a development contribution, but it's at a reduced rate. They qualify through our own policies as a retirement village. So they pay 0.4 of the total unit cost in the development contribution equation. So they do pay a reduced amount, but I concur with what you said, that that's a bit of a circular sort of situation at the moment. Absolutely.
Yeah. If you can get some metrics around this, please, Shane, because yes. I understand the argument that finance will have for the need to charge, but I also have a fundamental issue around the nature of that charging, as you know. The only charge that I think is an appropriate charge in that particular space is actually the stormwater charge, because moving from permeable to non-permeable surfaces with roofs and new buildings, etc. The other component of the charge I'm not necessarily on board with. So if you could make some inquiries and email me some information, Shane, I'd be very grateful.
Yes, I could do that for you, Councillor.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Shane. We don't have any more questions listed, so I'd just like to ask Jane about the process for if councillors wish to deliver the good news to their ward about the Cultural Initiatives Fund grants. How are we going to do that?
Thank you for the question. I will be emailing the relevant councillors as soon as this item's finished with the information that will enable you to do that directly. It'd be great if councillors let us know if they are going to do that, and then we'll also follow up after that with each of the marae to make sure that we can accelerate the grant agreements.
And do you want councillors to let you know by response to your email, or do you want that to be done now?
following up after this via email is fine.
Fantastic. I've got a comment from Tony Keke.
Oh, kia ora. Just a comment, and I didn't know Shane was going to put Papakura Marae up there, and or Jane was going to put it up as one of the slides. Otherwise, I would have. I don't think it's a conflict of interest because I haven't got an application in. It's under Papakura Marae, which you all know I'm the CEO for. But just to say thank you to Jane and Shane. The process would not have been as smooth as it was, although it was 18 months, without their support. Without their support and without the local board, including Councillor Newman and Angela Dalton, Councillor Angela Dalton's support at a local board level. So, and Shane, just want to correct you on a little bit. We're digging up the ditch, the dirt. The pipes are going in about 2 weeks.
Brilliant. It's going to program then. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Just before we leave it, can I just check on the seconder, Maya? I didn't hear Angela. Angela, did you second us? Because I had Tony in the sidebar.
Yes.
That's fine. Tony, you okay with Angela?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's fine, Kathy.
Okay, that's great. So it's been moved and seconded. There are no more questions or comments. I will move the resolutions. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Ngā mihi kia koutou. Thank you, councillors.
Ngā mihi. Thank you.
Okay. Kathy, thank you so much for chairing item 13. And Angela, just want to acknowledge your Māori portfolio as well, as the holder for that. We move to item 14, implementing a cross-sectorial approach to homelessness. Councillor Collins and Councillor Casey, are you both okay with moving and seconding this particular item for discussion?
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Okay, and just before I invite Debbie, Ben, Kataraina, who will be supporting this particular item, again, just to acknowledge Councillor Collins as the portfolio holder for homelessness, and I know that this particular report was that our staff spoke to Councillor Collins in regards to this. So, Debbie, all yours, supported by Ben and Kataraina.
Kia ora, Councillor Filipina and other councillors. Look, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide a brief introduction to the homelessness report. Maya, if we could just have the second slide, please. The Chair, Councillor Filipina, has asked me firstly to provide an overview of the key stakeholders that have been involved in developing Kia Whai Kāinga Tātou Katoa, which is our regional cross-sectoral homelessness plan. You will see a list of the agencies, the main agencies that have been involved, primarily through what we called the Leaders Group, which has been our sort of main cross-sectoral way of engaging with the stakeholders. But we actually started this process initially with a small establishment group that included us, Te Puna Kōkiri, the Ministry for Social Development, Community Housing Aotearoa, and also MB when it was involved. And then from there, we invited senior staff from across the agencies that you can see listed on the slide to be part of the Leaders Group to help us develop Kia Whai. So you'll see it's a mix of key central government agencies, some of the big NGOs in the region, Māori organisations, and also Foundation North from the philanthropic sector. I do just want to note that it's not a complete list. There were a range of other engagement mechanisms along the way. We had a series of regional workshops where hundreds of stakeholders and organisations participated. We've undertaken research, system mapping with stakeholders, lots of one-to-one meetings, and we've also participated in other hui that other stakeholders have held. So I think it's fair to say that we've developed a very well-established relationships, there's good commitment to a collective impact approach, and there's strong support for Council's role leading and coordinating this work. And in particular, strong support for a regional collaborative plan that you'll see today, and including the shared vision and purpose. Could we just have the third slide, please, Maya? So I did... Since we started the development of KFI, the context has changed enormously, and lately the pace of change has really accelerated, and in a very positive direction. Actually, it's a very homelessness is a very busy space. There's a lot going on, but I just wanted to touch on some of the key developments, including the role of the Ministry for Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD, because it's had a really big impact on Council's role and also the opportunities for Council and the sector. So the Ministry was established in October 2018. It's responsible for leading homelessness nationally. So it's actually been up and running for less than 2 years. Throughout 2018 and 19, we continued to work with the Leaders Group and through those other forums to develop KFI, and we agreed the strategic framework, which you're being asked to endorse today. And also we landed on some priority actions for 2020. In the meantime, HUD signalled its intention to develop a national homelessness plan, and so naturally, particularly for the government agencies, attention shifted to that. And then at the beginning of this year, in February, the Aotearoa New Zealand Homelessness Action Plan was released. So it followed KFI, and we were very pleased to see that it very closely aligns to the regional plan. It's a cross-government plan, so the key partners are HUD, obviously, but also Health, Oranga Tamariki, Corrections, MSD, and Kāinga Order, and their primary commitment is obviously to the national plan. But what I do want to emphasise is that the plan clearly supports regional and local approaches, and also collaboration. And it comes with $337 million of funding over the next 3 years. So soon after that plan was released in March, we've had the COVID response, and this has been really transformational in terms of the impact on homelessness in the region. There's some data set out in the report on that. But also to note that the COVID response included $107 million to support responses to homelessness. So there's now, in terms of central government funding, nearly $500 million in the system to support homelessness or to address homelessness. And just to give you a sense of the kind of how quickly things are changing, just in the last few weeks, some key developments. HUD has released MAIHI, the Māori and Iwi Housing Innovation Framework for Action, and a fund to support that, Hei Taupua, which has $20 million tagged to it over the next 3 years, but $3 million in the coming year. HUD has also set up a partnership between Community Housing Aotearoa and Te Matapihi to support sector development, system enablers. So that's obviously a partnership that we will need to work really closely with. And we're currently awaiting announcement of the Local Innovation and Partnership Fund, which has $16.7 million in it. So just the fourth slide, please, the last slide, please, Maya. Thank you. So there is very much a collective sense that Auckland is very well placed to respond to these opportunities, and obviously Council has a critical role to play. The regional plan sets out what we need to do together in Auckland to make homelessness rare, brief and non-recurring. It's supported by the sector. There is agreement on what we need to do, and we've got well-established relationships. So in this context, what we're doing today is seeking endorsement and approval of KFI, Kāinga Tātou Katoa, the regional cross-sectoral plan, particularly the strategic framework and the monitoring and evaluation framework. We've also set out some indicative priority actions and highlighted, I guess, the need to be really flexible and adaptive as things continue to evolve. But having said that, the two things that we have identified as our kind of first priorities are to coordinate collaborative funding proposals for the Partnership and Innovation Fund, Obviously, the funding decisions that are made will really shape the focus going forward. And our other priority, closely aligned to that, will be working with the sector to develop or to build a simpler and more effective collaboration structure across the region. So with a particular focus on strengthening engagement with Māori partners and also some of our vulnerable groups like young people and Rainbow and Pacifica communities. So happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And talking with Ben a few months ago, and him advising me that there was a lot of work to do with the intersectorial consultation, and it needed to come back in August. So to you again and to all the staff, thank you for all the work that you've done in regards to this particular paper. I'm going to ask Councillor Collins, who moved this particular item, if you have any comments to make, and then I'll open up for questions and comments as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I'm really happy to endorse this report. I've been late on the reading, but I was casting my mind back to when I met with the officers, I think in about November of last year, where we had some initial discussions when I first picked up the portfolio, and there was a little bit of a waiting game for obvious reasons at that stage, but the amount of work that the officers, both at an operational level and a policy level, had done was quite phenomenal, and I'm really grateful for the information that they've been able to keep me informed of, and how these plans have been pulled together and developed. I think what's key to the strategic framework is that there's an ongoing commitment to wraparound service, to supporting them. This isn't just making sure that people are homed and housed. The strategic framework looks at an integrated health approach and the social services that will support people. And so I'm really grateful for the plan. I'm grateful for their patience too, because I got a very clear impression from the times we've met that the operational team, at least, we're really keen to get things happening, but they've been really really patient in allowing all of these parts, both with MHUD, or the Ministry of Housing, Urban Development, Housing, and other parts, some of our social sector partners, to bring everything together, because they have had to wait for some movement from the government. So I've been really impressed, really grateful, and happy to endorse this going forward. I did ask a question which has been answered, but I just thought I would mention it in this discussion, Chair, about ongoing input from the Pacifica community, the youth community, and the LGBTQ communities, and I've been reassured. Ben was able to email me again today just to reassure me that they will continue to work with those communities so that they have a clear voice and a clear line of sight into both the impacts of homelessness on their communities and how they might support all of the work that's being developed. So just want to congratulate all of the officers and the teams that are involved in bringing this all together, because it's been a delicate piece of work where you're stringing a whole group of people together, and I'm really grateful for the work that's been done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. I'll move now, Debbie, through to some questions. First is Councillor Coombe, and then His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to get us got a comment that leads into a few questions, if I may. Thank you, Debbie, for the presentation and for the team that have worked on this really vital piece of work. It's really good to see it coming to us and has my full support. Having represented the city centre for over 9 years now, it has been a really pressing issue for some time. And I mean, it was only a few years ago that it was a really desperate situation. And not that long ago that council took the view that it wasn't really our role to get involved in housing or supporting the homeless, the most vulnerable. So I just think it's great that we've had this sea change and that this really joined up approach from all of the whole sector and multiple partners. So it's all really good to see. And just as you said, Debbie, in terms of the pace of change is really accelerated, and this kind of goes to some of my questions and thinking about the work. I mean, I know there's a lot of really good meaning work that's been done around night shelters, and a few years ago that did look like perhaps a viable solution when we could see so many people sleeping on the street and there just did not seem to be options for warm, dry shelter, and government wasn't stepping in to fund an alternative. But I think the landscape, I think we can all recognise the landscape has changed. So maybe if I could just run through my questions, and I think they can kind of be answered all in one go. But the first question is just to confirm that right now, I know it's been a response to COVID, but there is a really strong commitment going forward as well, and government has funded this going into next year, that everybody who is seeking temporary accommodation and wants to move into permanent accommodation, that is available. Like, I know that there is some really hard cases of people who the agencies are struggling to house for a variety of reasons. But in terms of someone needing temporary accommodation now, just to confirm, that is available and funded. The second question is that my understanding is that when it comes to, when groups like the one that presented to us earlier, and there is another group, talk about a night shelter, they say it's part of the mix of that temporary housing. My understanding is that the agencies don't agree with that. And part of the reason is because what needs to happen is a needs assessment to see where the gaps are. Because if that temporary accommodation is there, what is the gap that a night shelter would fill? And my understanding is that that really hasn't been identified, and perhaps one of the gaps. So my second question is there still a gap that needs to be identified through a needs assessment? And my understanding is that's potentially young people coming out of care and families, but they might be vulnerable groups that don't actually, a night shelter is just not suitable for them. The third question, related question, is if there is a gap that potentially a night shelter fits, and I've heard everyone kind of dances around this issue, but does the homelessness approach, the strategic framework, does it allow for a night shelter in the mix, or should we just be really clear now that that is just not, that's kind of 20th century thinking for this problem? Do we just need to really close it down? And the fourth question, this is my final kind of how it wraps together, is I know, for example, ACAB have put a lot of funding into the homelessness space, and they're waiting to hear back on where they can direct that funding, and they've got that concern that there is a need for a night shelter still. So I just would like us, how can we bring everybody along to be fully briefed so everybody understands the current landscape, the fact that the pace of change is accelerated, there is funding, things have really moved on from the situation a few years ago, just so everyone can feel that they've been heard in the debate, that the agencies are working together, and perhaps if there is a gap, to really direct them and focus them in on where there might be a need that still needs filling, so that we can be really direct about and not sort of keep dancing around this issue. So hopefully that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that was quite a long intro to my questions and quite a number of questions there, but they're all, I think they're all related and all really need to be addressed so that we can have a positive working relationship going forward across the whole sector. And I've also, just in terms of my role as well, just so that I can be very definitive in terms of this is the response in the homelessness plan and this is how we're moving ahead. Kia ora, thank you.
No problems, Debbie. I'll just let you go through those questions.
Oh, kia ora, thank you, Councillor Coombe. And through the chair, just to know, I do have Ben Brooks and also Christine Olsen from the operational ACE team are available too if they want to add anything. But so I guess just to answer your first question, there's a few bits to that. The first one would be, yes, we can confirm that there is ongoing work to support everybody that is looking to move into permanent accommodation. That is continuing. The COVID funding funding has been made available through into next year, and all the agencies are working together, particularly through Housing First, to do that. In terms of the question about the night shelter and is it part of the mix, we do have provision in the strategic framework for emergency accommodation, and that is definitely part of the continuum. I think we would certainly take a lead from the Ministry for Housing and Urban Development on this. They will obviously be considering a proposal for funding to that, to deliver that. In terms of a community needs assessment and understanding the needs, particularly in the inner city, this has been part of work as or a project as part of the Aikahi initiative, which is the inner city Auckland homelessness initiative, and that work has been partly completed and paused while Aikahi was put on hold. But the governance group for that project is meeting again tomorrow, so we'll get an update on the future of that initiative. I think if the community needs analysis was to indicate that there is a gap, then we would obviously continue to work with the ministry and also with the organisations around their service delivery model, how it would fit with the wider sector, to get a solution for those people who don't quite fit the other services that are being provided. So I hope that provides an answer to all of this.
Yeah, sorry, and the final question was around how is that going to be briefed to ACAB and the groups that have been working outside of the sector response?
We are planning to present an update on the information that we do have available to them at their next meeting.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Your Worship.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Debbie, for your presentation. Look, I've got three questions, so I'll just ask them separately so you have a chance to respond. And the first is really a follow-up on Pippa's comments on night shelters. Listening to Mark this morning, he said that he had been in consultation with both LifeWise and Auckland City Mission. But my clear impression from the meetings that I chair, coordinating meetings, is that those organisations, along with all of the Housing First providers, are actually not in support of a night shelter, certainly not without guarantees that it would be run in a way that would produce quite different results from the failed efforts in Auckland and Wellington last time. So I'm just seeking clarification as to what your understanding of the housing network, the Housing First network, is in regard to night shelters, because clearly a year ago it was opposed to that as a solution that carried many risks and didn't lead to any permanent outcome. Can you give us an update if there's been any change of thinking by them or, in fact, by Housing and Urban Development?
Thank you, Mayor Goff, and through the chair. So my understanding on the current state is that that has not changed, and that they are looking for a revised proposal, and that their views may change when they see that. I know that all of those NGOs have had some interaction with the Night Shelter Trust and have provided some feedback and some ideas about how it could fit with the broader sector, and I think they are looking to see a revised proposal before they could comment any further. That's my understanding at this point.
And just on that same matter, there are two organisations, the Nest organisation that Joe Wycliffe was fronting and this Auckland Night Shelter Trust that Mark Thomas represented today. I've heard for quite a long time that premises are there and ready to go, etc. And we're not asking for money at the moment, and clearly there will be a but, and there will be an ask for money. Can you give us the status of where each of those shelter groups' proposals are at, and the likelihood of support being required?
What I can tell you is I understand, and from Mark Thomas's presentation this morning, that they are preparing a proposal to go to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I don't know if we're the next organisation is at with that, but perhaps the others may be able to shed some light on that. I don't think we're aware of where those are at.
Okay, maybe we can talk about that further offline. My second question is something that's not in the strategy, but we have talked about, and I've talked about with ministers and others, but it doesn't seem to be moving forward. We know that there are some thousands of of houses that are empty. Not because people are just away on holiday or because they're holiday batches, but these are houses that may be owned by people that intend to develop in the future, but it can't be bothered in the meantime letting it out. And there was a suggestion that we could use a group like Housing First to manage those properties. It would be a voluntary arrangement, not a compelled arrangement, using records maybe from Watercare or from Vector while preserving privacy requirements that we could offer to through Housing First to manage those properties, which would increase the supply of properties that could be used either for key workers where there's a shortage, for teachers, etc., or for people that are homeless. Can you give us any update as to where things are at with that and whether that's part of the wider strategy that we're talking about?
Thank you. We haven't progressed that particular initiative or that idea. Other than that, we are aware that both Panuku and Auckland Transport don't have a formal policy on this, but they do assist where they can, and they certainly work with other agencies and NGOs to provide housing for people that need it when they can. In terms of the sort of wider pool of housing and how to increase the supply for that, that is something that we could certainly look at more closely and talk to the ministry about and come back to you on.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, my last question is just, look, it's good that there's a whole lot more money there. The money has increased, but probably so too is the need. Can you just specify what our role is in terms of things like the Local Innovation and Partnership Fund and the Hei Topua Fund? Does Council have the role of pulling together the potential applicants and putting in an agreed application through to those two funds? Is that the role that we'll be playing?
Yes, and thank you through the chair. Primarily, yes. So what we would do is we're just thinking through the process at the moment because it's an unusual opportunity. Is that we would work with the key stakeholders from across the sector to confirm what the priorities are, and then to help them put together a sort of an integrated package of proposals. So it might have a range of initiatives that fit together that are going to address homelessness across the region. There will be questions around where the funding sits, how those accountability arrangements are taken care of, which we will need to work through with both the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and also the stakeholders. At this stage, we haven't seen an RFP for that fund, so we're not really sure what the criteria will be or how they want to do it. So I guess that will be our first clue will be to see what those documents say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I think I've had my questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Matua Kake.
Kia ora, Alf. Kia ora, Debbie, and thanks for your report. First of all, just like to bring back to the table the Kāinga Strategic Action Plan that the Independent Māori Statutory Board has been banging on about for the last kind of 2 years. And this is a key part of it. And I did see IMSB on your list of organisations involved in those discussions, but I kind of feel like our name's there, but we're not really involved in it. So my pledge here, Debbie, is that support for Māori involvement in these MHUD-led planning discussions, and we can, through the IMSB Secretariat, we can kind of hook you up with those key players. There are more to that list, I think, that need to be involved. I'm very much about a strategy that moves our whānau Māori from Pohara Street to Oranga Street, which is moving our whānau Māori from Poverty Street to Prosperity Street. So the bigger picture for us, yes, dealing with the homelessness or kāinga kore, but actually looking at it in the context of the whole housing scope of work. So, I support what the mayor has said around. I'm not totally sold on these shelters either. Mayor Phil, and this philosophy of communities of care and getting the ecosystem surrounding that is a key part of that. We were very privileged, and we still are today, now that we're in level 3 COVID lockdown. And I want to pay tribute to the Ministry of Social Development, in particular the WINS office here in Papakura, as a leading example. We're getting whānau, kāinga kore whānau, homeless whānau housed within 48 hours. So there's no need for the shelter, particularly out here, if whānau that are homeless are willing. So, I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to be happening around input into that MHUD framework or MHUD-led strategic framework that needs to be added. So my question is what is the Māori-specific approach in this framework, Debbie? How are we kia whai kāinga tātou? What is the Māori-specific framework or approach?
Well, kia ora mātuakake. Thank you for your questions. You'll see from the data that we've presented that Māori are clearly overrepresented in the homelessness community, and so it's very much a priority for us. There are a number of elements in the strategic framework that address the needs for Māori and across the principles, but also some of the action areas. And for example, one of the priority or the potential actions for this year and subject to funding would be a network of marae-based information and outreach services across the region. So we will continue to work with those stakeholders that we have worked with, and obviously we recognise that we need to strengthen the engagement with Māori, and we've taken a number of steps recently to progress that. For example, we've had a very helpful initial discussion recently with the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum about how we can work with them. So yes, there are a number of ways that we can do that.
So I acknowledge. Sorry, supplementary question, Mr. Alf. Mr. Chair. Kapai. Okay, so yeah, I acknowledge what you said around engagement with Mana Whenua, but I think there are a lot of other Māori providers out there that are closer to the action than a lot of our Mana Whenua organisations. Kia ora, please include them.
Thank you.
Councillor Casey and then Councillor Newman. Can't hear you, Kathy.
It's not working. Is it working? Yep.
Yes, it is.
Here we are. I'm not going to talk about night shelters, but I do want to talk about this wonderful cross-sectoral strategic plan that's before us today. And I'd just like to say a few thank yous. I've been around the council now a few years, and this council, Auckland City Council and now the Auckland Council, has always led the country in terms of its response to homelessness. And I want to acknowledge that people come to us to find out how a council should best deal with that most vulnerable population. Auckland City Council held the first ever conference on homelessness, never heard of before. We had the first ever council homeless action plan. And it was a big deal, I think Mark Thomas this morning said that one of the roles of council is facilitating groups to come together. it was quite a big deal in the beginning to do that, to bring all the players into the town hall that had never actually worked together before. Now we take it for granted that we can only do it by joining up, but it wasn't once the case. I'd like to pay tribute to the Rainbow Panel, who looked at our homeless action plan and saw that we hadn't addressed young Rainbow people finding themselves on the streets because of their circumstances at home. And again, we just take it for granted now that we are a broad church. We recognise all those groups. Thank you to Councillor Collins for mentioning that this morning. I think the portfolio is in great hands. So this is the first time. It's the first in the country, probably the first in Australasia, maybe even the first in the world, that we have a council. Look, the council led this, so let's not pretend the government led it, because we pushed the government to get their action plan out because we were ready. When, Debbie, last year sometime, we had our plan, we were waiting for the government. So now we have a joined up approach, and it's something to be really proud of. I am so immensely proud, and I want to thank the staff by name, Debbie Edwards, Ben Brooks, Katarina Maki, Claudia. Please go down the food chain and thank everybody that's been involved in this. I'll tell you what happens at Auckland Council. Our staff are so committed to homelessness, they get poached by homeless agencies. If you go around the country, you will find former Auckland Council staff doing a wonderful job in these agencies. So we're very proud of you for this piece of work today. It's been a long time coming, and if Sandy's listening, that should be a headline. I won't go without mentioning the libraries, by the way, but this is a forward-thinking, excellent strategic piece of work, and it's exactly what councils should be doing. So we're not providing services, but we're making sure that any ratepayer money goes where the evidence says it does the best work. So congratulations, everybody. As for the role of Auckland libraries, you know, in homelessness and in our libraries, we lead the way. Auckland Libraries welcomes vulnerable communities with open arms. They have programmes for homeless people in our libraries, and I know that at the moment that won't be happening, and it is sadly missed, as we heard recently from the Auckland City Missioner, Chris Farrelly. It's a joy to go into the Central Library and see homeless people with books and on computers. So, kia kaha, thank you everybody for your work that brought us to today. I am very, very proud.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. Councillor Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to the conversation, and I think Councillor Coombe and His Worship the Mayor raised it in relation to the night shelters. I mean, I have a concern about night shelters because to me it doesn't actually resolve the issue. But I would have thought that rather than no change in the position in relation to night shelters, actually I would have thought that the position needs to be hardening up against it. I've been quite interested in the presentation this morning, but I would have thought in a COVID world, co-location just makes it even riskier now in relation to the night shelters. So can I get some feedback in a slower time as to in fact, the issue around night shelters is probably even more complicated now because of the need to ensure contract tracing as well as ensuring the social distancing. These people are vulnerable, and I would have thought co-location in the form of a shelter would actually exacerbate the risk of that particular problem. So it's not for now, but I think that there needs to be some more reflection around the risk of shelters in the COVID world.
Yeah, taken on board, Daniel. And as we as I said when Mark and Cohen presented that Debbie and Ben and the team will be at least assisting as best they can from an Auckland Council perspective. So, Debbie, have you got any final comments before I get Councillor Collins to close the debate and I can move the recommendation or put it?
No, thank you. Nothing further from me.
Councillor Collins to close.
Chair, I have a question.
My humble apologies. I didn't look at my text again. Sorry, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I hope this is coming through okay. Really, I agree with Councillor Casey. Thank you so much for the work that's gone into this. And I am proud of the team as well and to be part of this council. But my question is, on the ground, what is the difference that this will make? You know, like I had to deal with a young girl, Māori, sleeping on the street late at night, a little bit drunk. Actually, she was quite drunk. And there was nowhere for her to go. No, the police wouldn't take her and she didn't want to spend the night in a cell, which was her other option. And, you know, even trying to get the ambulance to come because she was a little bit unconscious. And there was nothing that could be done for this person, this girl. So I just want to know, what is the impact that this strategy will have on the ground in situations like that? Please, thank you. Or in our areas that when we're not in the city and
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Sorry, I did lose a little bit of your question because of the connection. But I mean, I think the really perhaps just to explain that across the region, this is a very busy and quite a chaotic space. And the thing that we have heard is how much you know, the agencies really value much better kind of connections and better coordination. And so I think the regional plan provides a framework and a mechanism to do that at many levels, at a strategic level, but also kind of on the ground. Also in terms of, you know, just sharing information, really understanding where the gaps are and what needs to happen to address those gaps, understanding what other agencies or NGOs are doing in different part of the regions and sharing that information. I mean, often in the role that we have, we're able to share, you know, the sort of story that you just told, or we're able to say to a particular NGO, did you know that this other NGO is doing these particular things? So I think really kind of joining it up and having a much more connected approach at all levels will contribute to making a difference. And of course, in terms of identifying those gaps, we're also able to kind of influence how the services are delivered and some of the funding decisions around that as well. So hopefully that's helpful.
Councillor Bartley, just to let you know, you started doing the intermittent Wi-Fi issues that you had, and I'm just hoping that there's no more questions or comments you wish to make.
Thank you, Chair. No, it was yeah, that answers my question of what the difference the strategy will make on the ground in our wards. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further comments, questions. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
Thank you. Against? Carried. Look, we'll have a break, and I'm sorry we've sort of gone over the 12:30 mark, but we'll have a break for lunch, and I'll see you guys back here about 3 o'clock. No, joking. See you back here just after about 1:05, if that's okay. Thank you. Everybody that's online. I'm just going to go through our roll call again. I just need to do that after lunch because I don't want to get told off by Maya and Sandra. So, Your Worship, the Mayor. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Yes, try and do three things at once, but here, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Alfie.
Kia ora. Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper. Councillor
Yes, I'm
Dalton.
here.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Darby. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm here, but I will confess that I'm watching the COVID update at the same time.
Thank you, and you can update us on the chat if you wish.
Thank you, I'll do so.
Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hills. Member Kake. Councillor Mulholland.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Member Honeck. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, present out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I know Councillor Young is there.
Present, Mr. Chair.
And Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Look, we've got enough of the quorum, so we'll start, and we just look forward to the updates that we have. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, for the sidebar. Also, Your Worship, the Mayor. And we'll go to item 15, I am Auckland Implementation Evaluation Annual Update. And I'll get somebody to move in second. If you could go onto the sidebar and let me know who wants to move in second, that'll be great. And then I'll open it up for discussion. So we've got Liz Civil, Joanna Maskell, Brianna. Also, we've got Gail Surgeon, a Director, Community and Social Innovation for the Southern Initiative. Raquel Turner, Manager, Youth Employment Team. So welcome everybody, and I'll hand it over to you, Liz.
Hopefully you can see me. Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, everyone. And Councillor Alf, as you have already introduced everybody, I was going to do that, so I won't do that. I will hand over almost momentarily to Joanna Maskell. I just wanted to say one comment, and that is that this report represents the collective action of a whole range of people across the council family, or a whole range of teams, and it shows the kind of breadth and depth of activity that we're doing to support outcomes for children and young people across Auckland. So I'll hand over to Joanna Maskell and my team, who'll take you through the brief presentation. Joanna, over to you.
Kia ora koutou, Mr. Chair, councillors and members. This is the first annual report of I Am Auckland against the monitoring and evaluation framework approved in December 2018. The purpose of the report is to update you in regard to two areas: the progress of implementation and evaluation against the framework, and also the early impact of COVID-19 on young people and delivery of council programs to mitigate those impacts in the region. There's more detailed information regarding both of those areas in the attachments to the covering report. So we have attachment A, which is the COVID-19 impacts on young people and council programming, attachment B, which is a specific report in regard to rangatahi Māori, and attachment C, which is the I Am Auckland evaluation and monitoring updates. So I am going to provide a brief overview of all of those parts of the report today, and we've got a 9-slide presentation which will take you through also. So if we could go to the second slide, thank you. So just a reminder that I Am Auckland has got 7 goals and related action areas to provide direction to council and council-controlled organisations about support for Auckland's children and young people. If we could go to the next slide. So thank you. That slide is setting out how we are tracking against program delivery against the 7 goals. You can see that we made really good progress in 2019. There were over 150 initiatives delivered. Since 2017, in particular, delivery against Goal 3, Health and Wellbeing, has increased from 7 initiatives to over 30. And Goal 2, Belonging, has doubled from 13 to 32 initiatives. If we could turn to the next slide. One of the really positive outcomes noted in the report is that delivery against Goal 7, Whakapuawai Rangatahi Tū Rangatira, All Young People Will Thrive, has improved. This was a key area noted for improvement in the 2017 status update. There are 28 initiatives identified, which is showing a substantial increase from the 5 initiatives in 2017. The current level of activity against Goal 7 is more in line with 4 of the other 6 goals. And you'll see that there's more information in attachment B around rangatahi initiatives being delivered against this goal and several really great case studies of the successful initiatives there. If we could go to the next slide. So in terms of evaluation of initiatives, this is becoming more of the norm, with monitoring and evaluation requirements generally forming part of contracting arrangements. Since 2018, 16 council evaluations of activities that contribute to the I Am Auckland goals have been initiated. Evaluations are increasing capability across council to assess the impact of our activities and services for children and young people. And in addition, indicators of progress towards the I Am Auckland goals have been established. Those measures captured are drawn from the Auckland Plan, the Quality of Life data, and the Child and Youth Wellbeing Strategy. So there's more information in regard to those indicators in attachment C, as well as the monitoring and evaluation. If we could move to the next slide. So this slide is regarding the COVID-19 impacts on young people across the region. And we found that the early information has shown there's been a significant impact on young people. Unemployment for young people has increased at twice the rate of older cohorts, and this is largely because young people are working in retail, hospitality, construction sectors that have been hard hit by the economic downturn. They often are without permanent contracts or are quite early on in their careers. There was some really good snapshot surveys taken during the level 4 and 3 lockdowns earlier in the year in regard to well-being and mental health, and they showed that young people were having higher rates of loneliness, isolation, anger, stress and sadness than the general population. In regard to homelessness, which we've heard about this morning, according to LifeWise, in their snapshot in July 2020, of the 514 homeless people housed in motels during the lockdown in Auckland, 11% were aged from 0 to 19 years, and 23%, or 123 people, were aged between 20 and 29 years. Our research regarding impact on rangatahi Māori found that, again, there was a significant number of rangatahi working in industries impacted by COVID-19, such as accommodation, tourism, hospitality, and the retail sectors, and that also there was limited, safe and secure emergency housing available for rangatahi Māori to access. We also found that only 50% of iwi whānau had internet-enabled mobile phones in the household, which rangatahi were attempting to use for their remote learning during the first lockdown period, and that in turn impacted on their ability to access education. And finally, that whānau and tamariki in low-income households faced food security challenges before and during lockdown, particularly when there was that period of panic buying when the level 4 lockdown first hit. So if we can turn to the next slide, this is regarding how council whānau were able to adapt their programming during lockdown. So the good news is that the council whānau were able to pivot and respond really well to the needs of young Aucklanders. Teams provided more services online and developed new ways of engaging with children, young people in their whānau. And there are some great examples highlighted in attachment A of the report from Active Recreation, the Youth Empowerment Team, Regional Facilities Auckland, the Southern Initiative, ATEED, and the Auckland Emergency Management Team. One of the case studies highlighted in our report is the Adelaide Boys Club in Otara Papatoetoe, who were able to continue engaging weekly with rangatahi online, ensuring that their welfare needs were met, providing a safe place to discuss issues such as learning from home and what a new normal would be like for themselves and their whānau. And hopefully you can see the top picture of the slide is a snap of one of their online meetings during the first lockdown. Moving forward, turning to the 2021 budget and programming, council staff are still planning to deliver programs for children and young people in keeping with the I Am Auckland strategy. The emergency budget funding reductions for community and arts facilities and in regional programs will impact on some youth delivery, particularly through council's community and arts centres. In response, council staff are reprioritising and focusing programming for young people and for those most in need. They're using the learnings from lockdown to develop new and innovative ways to deliver and leverage across programs to create new opportunities. And an example of this in the report is the adaptation of the Standout Stand Up program. While this program will be on a smaller scale, staff are leveraging the opportunity for young musicians to have additional opportunities to perform at music in parks in the summer. There's also been really good news that the retention of the local board LDI funding will enable local youth programs to continue. The council also has successful programs in place for youth employment, engagement, participation, and to prevent youth homelessness, which will mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 that I've just described. The Southern Initiative and ATEED secured new government funding through the Pacific Skills Shift to mitigate the impact of the economic crisis on Pacifica families in Western South Auckland, and by extension, for young Pacifica people. And so if we can turn to the final slide, the recommendations that we are making today are that there is approval of the 2020 I Am Auckland Implementation and Evaluation Update as set out in Attachment C, that staff will develop a series of communications to highlight the council responses to COVID-19 impacts using channels such as Our Auckland. Staff will monitor and report regularly on COVID-19 impacts and council responses for children and young people, and that staff, as delegated, will report back a 3-year I Am Auckland status report in 2021. I'm happy to take any questions arising.
Thank you so much, Joanna. So look, I'll open it up for questions. I haven't seen any in the sidebar as yet, so I'll just give that a few seconds. Okay, I've got Councillor Dalton and then Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a strategy, an Auckland Council strategy, and lots of initiatives feed into the strategy, including the Southern Initiative, work that's going on with CEU and other departments. Is it a strategy that is well connected, or connected at all with our CCOs? And I acknowledge the relationship between ATEED and the Southern Initiative. So is it connected with our CCOs, and can we measure delivery from them? And my second part to that is, do we also, and this might be easier after we adopt the Outcomes for Māori Today framework, but does it have a measure against the IMSB Māori plan and the IMSB values reports?
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Dalton. In terms of the CCOs, absolutely, this is a strategy that applies to them, and we work closely with them. And in some of the attachments to the report, you will see updates that have been provided by RFA and AT particularly. I mean, they tend to do quite a lot of work in the youth space. AT does a lot of work in the youth skills and employment area, and RFA in terms of programming, presenting youth programs, and the RFA associated entities. So they work with the museum, with MOTAT, with Maritime, and with the art gallery and other facilities, and the zoo. And they're all running programs for children and young people that do connect back to the goals and objectives of I Am Auckland. So I think we've got some pretty good coverage with our CCOs. Also, Auckland Transport and Panuku are doing stuff as well. So Auckland Transport, there's some in one of the attachments, the progress implementation attachment. There's mention around some of the initiatives that Auckland Transport does. The free travel for children in the weekends. Some of the programs they do around biking and walking buses. A whole range of things in that kind of transport and safety area. So I think there is pretty good coverage. Obviously, there's more always that we can be doing. And we have a community of practice that gets together around every 2 months, that we bring council staff and teams and CCO staff together to share practice. So hopefully that answers your question on that front. In terms of the Māori outcomes you're referring to, and the IMSB plan and the Māori plan, look, we the whole Goal 7 is very much focused on improving wellbeing for rangatahi Māori, and we are making those sorts of connections. Whether that's been explicit through I Am Auckland, probably not, but there's still a lot of shared outcomes between those plans. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Liz, for that. I mean, the CCO answer was very thorough, thank you. And perhaps after the Outcomes for Māori framework is adopted, if it is adopted, there's just some more ways to measure some outcomes and engage in delivery for our rangatahi.
Sure, and we'll certainly, when we come back with a 3-year status report, we will be looking at a lot of indicators around Māori tamariki and Māori rangatahi's health and well-being, and the indices that we have set out in the report around the kind of various measures. So we're also tying quite closely with the measures and indicators that the government's child and wellbeing framework has, and they'll be collecting data that will be of use to us as well. So I think there is ways we can connect in there, absolutely.
Great, thank you, Liz.
Councillor Casey.
Who's that? Oh, Hang on.
Can hear you now.
I'm coming. It's probably, I was going to make a comment, but I'd rather have it as a question to Liz. And it's probably prompted by Miriam Deans's unfortunate remark yesterday that she wasn't quite sure what the panels had done. Liz, you're a long time. Remind the councillors that I Am Auckland was the first strategy that was developed by the Youth Advisory Panel for young people.
Joanna or Liz?
My apologies, councillors. My mute was off. My microphone was off. So yes, absolutely. The Youth Advisory Panel were fundamental to the development of I Am Auckland strategy when it was first developed. And it is our absolute intent to work closely with the panel now that they are about to be reinstated. They have their first inaugural meeting on the 31st of August, and we will absolutely be connecting with them, particularly as we go forward and work on the 3-year status update. We'd like to work closely with them in partnership to do that. It's been unfortunate that we weren't able to involve them in this particular progress update because we were between panels while they were recruiting. We were developing this report. But I understand that Amy Irvine, who's one of the panel members, is online today listening in, and we will absolutely be reporting this work that we've just done to the panel at one of their first meetings and then connecting going forward in the forward work programme for I Am Auckland.
Thank you so much, Liz.
Councillor Collins.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. I enjoyed reading it. As I read it, I wanted to see or just get a bit of further understanding or a bit more understanding on how youth voice was being sought. And I follow a few of your youth advisors on Facebook, so I've seen quite a bit of activity going on in the local board space. I see quite a bit happening in FO. For that matter, I thought I should throw that in, Councillor Mulholland. So I know that there's been a lot of uptake from youth councils in relation to local board plans, but I'm really interested in the notion of youth voice and how you'll have an ongoing connection to young people to feed into the plans, the strategies, the monitoring of various parts of the I Am Auckland strategy, alongside what you will get from the youth panel.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, look, I might refer this one over to Rachel Turner, who works closely with the youth voice groups. So we certainly will be working with the Youth Advisory Panel and with our youth empowerment team. But Rachel, would you like to comment specifically around the work you're doing to engage young people and get young people's voices working with local boards and the like?
Good day, Chairperson, and thank you so much for this great question, because it is something we're constantly seeking from young people to understand what is important to them. So my team is the Youth Empowerment team. It's a little team, but I have 3 specialist advisors who share the 21 local boards between them. And of those 21 local boards, the majority have a formal youth voice or youth council associated with them, and then the others have youth voice groups that are not formal youth council groups. So my team have a really good idea of what's happening out there in the community, and did an incredibly good job at understanding how young people were responding to COVID. And they're natives, of course, they're technical natives, so they went straight online and they supported their young people through this challenging time. So in answer to your question, my team understand that. The young people have done a terrific job at submissions on the local board plan regionally. The challenge we're hearing from them is it's not the easiest of areas to navigate, and often we'll get the same kind of voices, and we really want to challenge ourselves and challenge our youth councils to seek the information from people that we might not be hearing from all of the time. So my team and the youth councils as well kind of see themselves as navigators or supporters to translate this council language so that young people can understand what it is they're actually trying to have a say on. And so that's kind of what we'll be doing going forward, is translate and navigate for our young people so they can, in fact, have their voice heard. There's two additional issues with that. One is that we're hearing that some of our groups are over-consulted and they're tired. And then we have young people who are saying through the Ministry's youth plan that's just been, the Ministry of Youth Development's youth plan that's just been released, as well as the Youth 19 survey, where young people are saying one of the things they need most is for us to hear them. So we have two dichotomies, really. We have one saying you're talking to us too much, and we have some people saying you're not listening to us. So part of our work is really understanding what they need to see and hear to feel reassured that we are in fact listening to them. So those are things that my team and the youth councils are working alongside. We've got a strong youth, the Youth Voice Regional Network is now established, and they're doing a great job at supporting the youth councils as we go along as well. I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Chair, I've got a comment later, if that's okay.
Yep, all good. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Collins.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Hey, I thank you very much for that answer, and I just wanted to offer my appreciation and an acknowledgement, Chair, that I know that the three youth empowerment strategists, I'm not sure of their official titles, amongst the local board areas is a real squeeze, and I know it would be really demanding on their time. So from what I'm following on both on Facebook and what I know is happening out here in the Manukau region, I'm really grateful for. I just think it's important to know that there are just three people and they're trying their best to work with each of the groups. So I'm guessing that the level of activity and connection we're going to see will differ throughout local board areas, but I just wanted to encourage an ongoing activity for them, because it's such an important part of our work. And having worked with the youth advisory group last term, they were definitely of the opinion that it was good to stay in touch with council officers, but in particular the youth advisors, because it meant that everyone was kind of feeding in. So I really value the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. So, Liz, any further comments? It's been moved by Councillor Bartley and seconded by Councillor Young, our two young councillors on. So, are there any further comments?
Look, no further comments from us, Chair.
Okay, I've got no more questions on the chat. So, look, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Yep, thank you. Against? Carried. Liz, again, thank you to you and your team. Thank you so much, Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll then move into the open space acquisition 1920. That's item 16. And I will move it if Councillor Casey would second it for discussion. Yep. So got Paul, Marriott Lloyd, supported obviously from Kataraina. So Paul, all yours.
Kia ora koutou, Paul Murray Lloyd, Taka Wingoa. I'm very pleased to present our annual report in terms of the open space that was acquired in the last financial year. It is a great news story. There were 8 new parks and open spaces that were acquired, and they equate to 103 hectares. Of those, the most significant acquisition was the addition to the Maharangi East Regional Park. That was 95 hectares, and did want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of Mace Ward in terms of making that possible. We also acquired land which will allow us to form a new sports park in Whenuapai, and then there were 6 neighbourhood parks. Despite all of this new land, we somewhat have to counteract a
Yeah, just give us a few seconds, Paul.
Ka pai.
Paul, is there anything that you might be able to add as we have a look at playing the video?
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Oh, hold up. Yeah, just excuse the technical issues that you can all see. Richard, is
So
that
I think
better
there was a
in regards
question.
to
Normally
the sound?
there is a, sorry, Mr. Chairman. So normally there's a soundtrack, there's a voiceover that goes with it. It follows the text that was running along the bottom of the screen. What we can do, Mr. Chairman, is we'll load this up so that councillors will have the opportunity to play it.
Yeah, that might be the better if we'll just have one more crack at it, Paul. It is on Nexus, and my understanding is that it can be played if the committee wanted to go on Nexus.
And it can also be downloaded, and so elected officials can use it if they so choose in terms of social platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook and the like.
Okay, look, just apologies to everybody. There's the link on Nexus, and then as Paul just suggested, it can be downloaded as well. Look, Paul, if we could continue, that would be great. Thank you.
Indeed. So we also report this time the non-service land that was disposed of in the last financial year. So there were 4 pieces of vacant land that were disposed of. They equate to less than a third of a hectare, but they brought in $3.4 million. So in terms of making a comparison between the land that we acquired and the land that was disposed, the total area of disposed was again 0.36% of that 103 hectares. That's really a summary of the report. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Paul. I'll go to Councillor Walker.
Hi, Paul.
Kia ora.
I've got a couple of questions, and it's really good to note that we've got these new parks. The particular concern that I've got is less the dollar value of the park and the area of the park by itself, but more the relationship of the additional area that we're getting to the increased population size of Auckland, and the relationship of the area to the subdivision area, given that the park may be coming to us from development contributions. And I consider that to be incredibly useful information from the perspective of monitoring and management. And the reason that I raise that is that, as councillors know, historically, the council received reserves through the provisions of the Reserve Act. And those provisions generated significantly more reserves than what we receive now. In fact, I doubt whether we'd be hitting 2% of the area of a subdivision compared to the 6-7% that we were getting through the Reserves Act. So the consequence is, over time, that the amount of reserve space per area of population, especially as it goes to intensification, is progressively reducing. Is it possible for us to have information on that on an ongoing basis for the purposes of benchmarking, monitoring and management? That's my question.
Through the chair, so that there some of the legacy councils used to operate on the basis of what was called reserve contributions. So in lieu of paying development contributions, a developer would set aside land for open space purposes. Since amalgamation, Auckland Council has used what's called development contributions, and so those are contributions that are taken for each household equivalent unit that are developed, although there are some exceptions to that, as we heard in the item earlier on in the agenda. So we don't actually, and we've also moved away from, in terms of open space by population, to what's generally considered to be good practice, which is about providing open spaces that are proximate to the population. So of all of the that were acquired financial year, those are all in new development areas, and they will help meet the open space and sport and recreation needs of those new communities. But we don't collect those metrics that would allow us to make those comparisons between the development contribution regime and the reserves contributions, as was suggested.
Can I just ask a supplementary question? So the change to proximity is new to me. In the earlier policy, I think we had 20 square metres per person. So have we now disregarded that in terms of a policy framework that informs us?
So in 2016, Auckland Council adopted the open space provision policy, and that provision policy sets out how we respond to growth and deliver parks that are proximate to the population. So that's a much better way of dealing with higher levels of density. So where it's more dense, we deliver parks that are closer to the populace. So for example, in high and medium density areas, a neighbourhood park would be within 400 metres of people's houses, and that goes out to 600 metres in low density areas.
So I understand the proximity. My particular concern is around any metric that goes to the ratio of density, because you could have areas that are very, very dense with very, very large numbers of people with, on the basis of proximate policy, still woefully inadequate reserve space. So I have an ongoing concern, Mr. Chair, that Auckland is trading off the legacy of park space that we've inherited. And going forward, Auckland will be much, much poorer for it. I know that from my perspective, this is an issue that the officers are reluctant to deal with because it challenges our present development contributions regime. But I just want to put it on the table yet again, Mr. Chair. I'm bringing it to the attention of other councillors. It does concern me. Thank you.
No problems at all. It's been put on the table, so at least we can acknowledge that. but the DCs are obviously an issue that needs to be sort of sorted out at some stage. So, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to echo Paul's words about Mace Ward. I think Mace has been in understanding, there's two areas here, but one in particular is the issue of regional parks, and we'll deal with that as the next agenda item. But with the acquisition of outstanding coastal land, it is increasingly getting out of the reach of council unless we can actually draw on the support of the community and generous bequests and philanthropy generally. And I think that we do need to acknowledge that Mace has been to the forefront of establishing some of the partnerships that will enable us to do these critical pieces of coastal land and acquisitions as evidence in the most recent extension to regional parks. But I'd like Paul to comment on that. Obviously, those contributions that you referred to, and it's good to actually make that distinction and remind councillors on how we are funding some of these open space little bits in the jigsaw puzzle, but where do you see the opportunity, given the enormous increase in value to coastal land that we've seen in Auckland over the last 40 years? How do you see us making further acquisitions in terms of expanding on the existing regional parks network, Paul?
And thank you through the chair. With respect to the Maharangi, it's really important to acknowledge the bequest that came from both the John Turnbull and the Margaret Turnbull Philanthropic Trusts, and there's a recommendation that the committee thanks those trusts for the bequest because they contributed 5.28 million towards the total acquisition cost of 11.75, so just under 50%. Which enabled council to acquire that land in Maharangi for Aucklanders for the future. And in making that acquisition, that involved committing the non-growth related funding for open space acquisition for several years. So what we did in terms of, in order to acquire that land, was to set aside 3 years of funding, which enabled council to acquire that. So that model was maybe something that we need to look at as we look at other acquisitions in non-growth related areas. With respect to coastal property, we certainly know that one of Auckland's defining features is its harbours, and we know that Aucklanders love to recreate in and around coastal environments. So we're very conscious in terms of how we can provide continued access to open space. There are opportunities, obviously, through the development processes where we acquire esplanade upon subdivision. But what we certainly do is prioritise any acquisitions that will provide further access to Aucklanders to the coast. And as part of that, we also have to think a little bit further forward in terms of what the climate impacts might be in some of those coastal areas. So part of that is looking at our strategies in terms of, rather than acquiring land that runs along the coast, we may need to buy pieces of or parcels of land that also run inland, which would allow us over time, in case there was any sort of coastal inundation or erosion type issues, so that we would have an open space that would be a lasting legacy well into the future. So these are things that we are looking at, and certainly looking around for opportunities to expand open space in non-growth areas as well as growth areas.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer, and I'm really pleased that you've raised the matter of the type of acquisitions that we need, and not just the esplanade reserves, but the inland properties that will enable us to be able to respond accordingly. Can you tell me where on the work programme we can expect to see a report coming back to this committee, A, on the issue of the types of partnerships and philanthropy that will enable us to make those sorts of coastal acquisitions. Will we be seeing a paper on that? Is that forecast in the next year or so? Or perhaps that's a question I can better put to the chair. But I think it's a really interesting piece of work that we need to engage ourselves in, because it's not just going to be ratepayers that can help us make those acquisitions, and I think we do need to be a lot more creative looking into the future.
Kia ora, Councillor Fletcher. It's Katarana Maki here. I'm just wanting to respond to that, and sorry my video is coming on very slowly. We are happy to bring back a report to this committee on those matters, but in addition we can work up some information for your future long-term plan considerations, because it is also a discussion not just about future philanthropy, which of course MACE does very, very well, but also about non-growth funding that isn't funded by our development contributions. So we would be happy to bring back a paper and then look at working up small business case for consideration during long-term plan considerations by elected members.
Nice to hear from you. Thank you for that response, because I think what's going to happen, Mr. Chair, if we get this video out there and we start generating discussion and understanding of what the council is doing in the open space acquisition area, it will generate greater interest. So it would be nice to think that we have a body of work that is going to be one that we can refer to, that we are following through on these sorts of commitments.
Perhaps as a suggestion, Councillor Fletcher, we could meet with you as the portfolio lead with MACE and the chair of this committee and just map out what you all would like us to bring back.
I would welcome that. I'm in the chair's hands on that matter.
Yeah, no, Katarana, to that suggestion, no problems at all with that, no issue. Also, I've just added an E, Councillor Fletcher, as you as the mover and myself as seconder, to be included, and that is really to acknowledge the staff efforts in the acquisition of new parks and open space instead of specifically naming one or two of the staff.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I don't know if there's any further questions or comments of either Paul or Katarina. I haven't seen them. So if there are none, it's been moved and seconded. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. Paul, Whawhtailawa and Katarina Ngamihi. Thank you. We then move on to Kia ora. I think, yep, we'll move on to Regional Parks Management Plan. And just to let everybody know that there's a change with recommendation D. I have included the Regional Parks Portfolio Lead as well in regards to approve the final changes to the discussion paper. So, Councillor Fletcher, I hope you're okay with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, look, I'll move the item, and Councillor Fletcher, if you're okay again to second this particular item for discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so open up for discussion, and Joe, if you could speak to it and also introduce the people. I made the mistake with Liz that I ended up saying all the people and the staff, so I'll leave that to you. Thank you.
I found my unmute button.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, actually, could I hand over to you to do the introductions? Would that be appropriate?
Sure thing. Thank you, Jo. So in the call today, we've got myself, Matt Ward, from Service and Asset Planning, and my team, Joe Mackay, and we also have Rachel Keller, who's the Manager Regional Parks, able to answer any questions after Joe has introduced the item.
Thank you, Matt. Through you, Mr. Chair. This report follows an initiation report to the committee in June, and then a workshop that we had on the contents of the discussion paper and the engagement approach in July. So today, we're seeking your approval to notify your intention to prepare a new management plan for the regional parks. This notification triggers a consultation period under the Reserves Act to seek suggestions from the community to inform our development of a draft plan. We are aware that many people in the community are very interested in engaging with this review, acknowledging their friends groups of various regional parks and other people who are deeply involved in regional parks in various ways who are very keen to participate. So today's decision will enable this engagement to start, which will be particularly welcomed by these people from around the 1st of September. Just one other thing to add before we open for questions on this. We did mention that we would provide a verbal update today regarding mana whenua engagement. So as reported, the Chair has written to all iwi chairs to invite them to be involved in the review, and the project team has followed this up with an approach to the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum. We're seeking to find out whether the forum would like to facilitate a collective input from iwi into the review. So the forum was due to meet today, but regrettably it's had to be postponed. So we're not actually able to provide you with further information right now, but we will continue to seek to engage with the Kaitiaki Forum at the earliest opportunity. And then over the coming weeks also, we intend to follow up the Chair's invitation with meetings with individual iwi. So I'm happy to take any questions through the Chair.
No, thank you for that, Joe. So look, again, there's no questions in the sidebar and the chat. So,
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm just jumping in.
Councillor,
I was too slow on the side chat, but I see there's some others that have popped up.
no, there's been nothing there. But Councillor Coombe, now that your mic's on, and then I've got two others. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for jumping in there. I just thought I was about to miss my chance. Thanks for the report and the presentation. Could you just remind me at the workshop, I just asked about consideration of the domain being included in the regional plan, and can you just please remind me why that was excluded from the thinking? And is it going to be, if it goes through consultation and there's strong support through public consultation, is there still the potential for that to be looked at?
As I understand it, the regional parks that we have under the management plan are all the ones in the long-term plan Schedule 1 that are listed as regional parks. So the Auckland domain is listed separately within that, and it has quite a complex governance structure and arrangement with the local board as well. So at this stage, we're not proposing to bring it within the regional parks management plan. I don't know if any of the other staff would like to add to that.
It's just my question then, in terms of if it goes through the consultation, is there still opportunity to revisit that at the end of the consultation process? I mean, I'm not raising a big concern with the management of the domain at all, especially not under the leadership of Councillor Simpson. I just would like to understand whether it needs to even be considered as part of this process, if there's any value to that.
The consultation is really seeking suggestions on the parks that we're putting forward to be part of the management plan. So it's not really asking the question, should other parks come into this plan. So I would probably say no, it's not really a question within scope of this consultation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Pippa. Councillor Fletcher and then Cooper.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, are you taking comments at the same time as questions or just questions at this point?
No, both.
Oh, well, thank you for that. I really welcome the paper today, but I just want to remind councillors and members of the Independent Maori Statutory Board that the development of regional parks in Auckland hasn't developed in isolation. There's been a clear and deliberate strategy built around the vision and dedication of others, and clearly that work of legacy councils. And I mentioned in the last item that a lot of these parks, we have to thank the generosity of many individuals and organisations. So it's been good to hear from Joe the recognition of all the friends of groups and others who are being part of it. I know that during the June and the July meeting and workshop that we've had, I have laboured the point of having individual management plans for each of the parks. And the reason that I'm putting weighting on that is that I think we need to have a real clarity of purpose and ensure that any new management plan does capture that vision and defines the strategy with specific intention. So, you know, by being very clear in a brief about the importance of operational plans is actually really important to me. That said, there's some, you know, in the material that we've got there are some really fantastic questions when you're looking at individual regional parks, and I think that there are many challenges looking forward on the way in which we use them. But I just want to remind councillors that the love affair that Aucklanders have with regional parks has been largely responsible for the growing interest in volunteer restoration programs and ecological programs. So whatever we do in terms of the next chapter for regional parks needs to be very clear and very strategic in a directional sense. Joe, I wonder, because I don't know that everybody quite understands the background to the recommendation in and around Motukorea, that's Browns Island. Can you just background that again so that everybody is very clear on what its status is within the further consideration that we're going to bring for this review?
Yes, I was just wondering, Rachel, would you be able to answer that one?
I can pick that up, Joe, if you like.
Thank you, Matt.
So Motukorea, Browns Island previously was managed by the Department of Conservation, but owned by Auckland Council. And when it was managed by Department of Conservation within the treaty settlement legislation for the Inner Gulf Islands, Motukorea Browns Island was intended to be included within the combined management plan for those Inner Hauraki Gulf Islands, and following the island being passed back to the Auckland Council, the committee at the time indicated that it was going to continue to honour that inclusion of the island within that management plan, but now that Motukorea is back as part of the regional parks network, it's appropriate that Motukorea be included within the next generation regional parks management plan. And the resolution in front of the committee today is just to tidy up revocation of that earlier committee's intention to include it within the Inner Gulf management plan and to instead include it within this review.
Thank you for that, Matt. The second thing that is of concern to me, there are so many needs, you know, the discussion that we have on a regular basis around things like freedom camping and parking, and the lack of toilets and facilities and that sort of infrastructure that we need with regional parks. All of that comes with some cost. Do you have a view at the moment? I think it's really important for us to have plans and that we have these strategies, but these come with funding implications. Do you have a comment at this stage on that particular dimension to the consultation that we're about to embark on?
A really important point that we need to make clear throughout this consultation, and we do say it in the discussion paper and we will reiterate it, is that this management plan is not a promise to fund anything in particular on parks, but it will help set priorities, and the funding priorities will happen through other processes such as the LTP and the annual budgeting and other processes like that. So I think it's more of a case of making sure we're quite clear that at this stage of the process, of our review process, that we don't get expectations up too high, but we also make it clear where those decisions are made. And then apart from that, moving further through the review as we create a draft plan, yes, costs is obviously something we're going to have to think about as we think about what goes into that plan, so that, again, the plan's place in respect to where it sits and the LTP can continue to be made clear, but also that it is deliverable. So we'll continue to work on the costs question as we move through the project.
Thank you, Joe. I hold the view, and I don't know whether it's a solo view, but when you're looking at sustainable models, there are examples where the natural environment can be used with a very light footprint, ecological footprint, but to generate, I mean, there's a discussion to be had within this document about what the role of concessions and leases might be going forward, the types of activities that can take place. And I'd like to know that there is a willingness within the officers giving consideration to this of the ways in which that we can actually generate without compromising on the public access to these beautiful spaces, or doing any environmental damage whatsoever. There are opportunities to generate funding mechanisms for going, in an operational sense going forward. Is that part of the consideration that you and the team will be looking at?
Yes, the discussion paper treats that topic reasonably lightly, but it is in there in the visitor experience section, and we are hoping to generate comments, ideas, suggestions in that space of funding options within parks. I guess we're not pushing it to the fore, but it is definitely relevant and is definitely within scope.
I'm encouraged by that, because I would hate to think in these difficult COVID times when funds are few that we just rule out adding new infrastructure in, because I think that there are going to be other ways of being able to put them in place. So feel very encouraged by your response, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's been some great work done on this by the officers.
Totally agree, Christine, around the work that they have done. Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora, Mātua. Was just a question around the next steps. There will be hearings for the submissions on this plan?
There will be. It is prescribed under the Reserves Act, but that will be end of next year in our timeline, all going well. So it's not a next step, it's a future step after we actually have a draft plan, get the written comments, and then after that hold hearings. So yes, eventually.
Eventually, okay,
yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm hearing that feedback as well, Joe. I just was going to say that I don't have any further councillors in Independent Māori Statutory Board wanting to ask questions or comments. So, look, it's been moved by myself and Councillor Fletcher. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Yeah,
Aye.
good. I've heard at least 23. And all those against? Thank you. So look, again, Joe, just to you and the staff, thank you so much for the mahi that you guys have done with this. Thank you. I'll just move
Thank you
into...
very much to the Chair and councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll just move into item 18, Māori Outcomes Performance Measures Framework. Look, I've just been told that we need to adjourn because there are some technical issues at this end that we need to sort out. And I think it's more around getting the recommendations and the PowerPoint on the screen for everybody to see. So humble apologies. We're hoping it won't take that long, but I'll get back to you. If you want some background music, let me know and I'll put some on. Thank you. Greetings, everybody, and look, I've asked that well, not ask. I'm going to continue. The only issue from our end that we're trying to resolve is having the minutes. Sorry, not the minutes. The agenda on screen. So we've only got a few items to go. So I'm going to move on with our agenda. And for those that are on our devices, if you go to Nexus, and the presentations are on Nexus, and if we go through that, and then we can get into doing it again. Having problem hearing again. So look, I'm going to move on through to item 18, and that's the Māori Outcomes Performance Measurement Framework. And I've got...
I'll move.
Sorry?
I'll move.
Yep, I got Councillor Casey to move and Councillor Dalton to second, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yep, so if we've got that, and I just wanted to invite Simon and Tania. Tēnā korua.
Tēnā koe, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Aye.
Ai, ka pai. Tēnei te mihi ki a koutou I tēnei wā. Good afternoon, everyone. So this item is seeking your approval of a performance measurement framework for Māori outcomes for the council group. Just before I hand over to Simon Anderson, our Head of Strategic Māori Outcomes, to talk you through some of the detail, I thought I might just begin by providing you with a reminder and an overview of why we are bringing this framework to you. The first point to note is that the CCO review has said that this framework needs to be completed with urgency. This is the next level of detail that sits under the Auckland plan, so you'll all know our Māori outcome in the Māori plan around identity and wellbeing. This framework aims to sit below that and provide the next layer of strategic direction. The framework is intended to support the group to ensure we're more impactful in terms of the initiatives we support and fund, and also ensure that there's value for money for ratepayers. This will enable us to give better direction across the group and have some real tangible measures for us to report against. The other thing to note is that approving this is an outstanding action of the Independent Māori Statutory Board's treaty audit, and it has been something that's been outstanding for a number of years now. So we've attempted to bring together numerous strategies and documents into one framework, which we'll report on and which we'd like to give this committee oversight of. I'll hand over to Simon to talk you through some of the principles around the framework. Apologies for the lack of video. I don't want to test fate because I have a dubious network connection at the moment. Simon.
Kia ora ngā rangatira. So today, as Tania told you, we're presenting Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, our outcomes measurement framework. So this is looking to guide and provide performance measures for the council group to achieve Māori outcomes. So as you can see here, the framework has a set of principles. It was developed in partnership with the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum and through engagement and direct input from council subject matter experts, CCOs, the IMSB Secretariat and Māori communities. And the framework's also been circulated with iwi chairs through the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum processes. So the 4 principles have been developed through the lens of Māori, and they speak to the connection of all things and the interdependence of holistic wellbeing. So mana Māori motuhake, that is Māori have the mana to set their aspirations, and highlighting the importance of relationships to keep this document relevant. So the third is me mahi tahi tātou. We're all in this together, working together, and this is made especially relevant through COVID. And then finally, we have Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, and that is, it's a wellbeing framework for Māori, and that wellbeing for Māori is wellbeing for all of Tāmaki, and it highlights the importance of collaboration across the entire Māori outcomes ecosystem. So if we go to the next slide. Thank you. So the framework captures how the council group will contribute to the outcomes that Māori have identified as mattering most for their whānau, hapu, iwi, marae and communities. So it supports the evolution and shift in focus from responsiveness to an outcomes-based lens by enabling a clearer understanding of how the council whānau can be more effective in achieving outcomes for and with Māori. So the framework aligns with Māori identified mana outcomes with the 10 strategic priorities agreed to as part of the long-term plan. It then outlines the practical steps to deliver on priority aligned Māori outcomes through focused areas where council can best influence and direct resource for consistent delivery. As Tanya said, it meets an outstanding recommendation from the Independent Māori Statutory Board's treaty audit. And if we go to the next slide. So Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau evolves the Māori responsiveness framework. It supplements responsiveness approach to be relevant to the expectations and aspirations of Māori. So each of the 10 priorities is stated as a mana outcome statement, and each mana outcome is connected to a mahi objective, and that defines what the council group will do to contribute to delivering the outcomes. The mahi objectives also include the performance measures. Now, the measures enable a council-wide approach to measuring and monitoring the delivery of the outcomes. Where appropriate, the measures are from the LTP and the IMSB values reports. They were considered and incorporated, and you can, in the document, you can see them noted in the footnotes. So a measures steering group was established, consisting of the priority leads and representatives of corporate and local board performance and the Auckland Plan team, and the steering group guided the development of the proposed measures and methodology through a sound intervention logic approach. So guidance from the steering group will continue in preparation for LTP negotiations, and each of the 10 priorities are allocated to a directorate or a CCO who oversee its delivery across the council group. The measures come from across the business but will be managed through the central point of these outcome lead directorates or the CCO. So if we go to the next slide, you'll be able to see how simple, this is the simplicity of the structure of the framework. So that is the mana statement, Māori aspiration, then the mahi objective, our contribution to that aspiration, and how we will measure our performance through the performance measures. So the next slide. Do we have it? Okay, this shows how Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau will be delivered. So the measures from the framework will be adopted into the long-term plan. Noting the framework will be subject to refinements based on this process, and we're currently working with the CCO's external partnerships team to include a commitment statement to the Māori Outcomes Framework in the CCO statements of intent. And the framework is now embedded into the organisational strategy, which is Kia Manawa Roa Tātou, which emphasises the framework as a key component to deliver the Auckland Plan and the long-term plan, and will continue to work with local boards to integrate into their local board planning. The council group still continues to deliver Māori outcomes through the Directorate Māori responsiveness plans, and we're currently looking or working to reshape these MRPs to the right level. And that is the directorate level. So the directorate MRPs will then be integrated into the business planning cycle to ensure Māori outcomes becomes part of their work program, and medium-term direction, including specific actions, will be provided through the directorate work programs and their associated MRPs. And just lastly on the reporting, this will be quarterly to our executive leadership team, quarterly to the Finance and Performance Committee on the financials, and then 6 monthly to PACE Committee on the outcomes, and annually through our Māori Outcomes annual report, and then also the 3 yearly against the Auckland Plan reporting cycle. Kia ora. Is there any pātai?
No, I'm just about to open that up, Simon. So look, Tania, are there any other comments you wish to make before I end up opening for pātai?
Oh, look, thank you, Mr. Chair. The only comment I really want to make is the huge amount of work that has gone into this framework across the business and across the CCOs. And so in order for us to move forward and show our commitment to achieving outcomes for our Māori communities, it can't just rest with one part of the organisation. We all need to play our role, and I guess that's what the framework here is seeking to do, make sure that we're driving it no matter what part of the council we're sitting in, and we're all really clear about what the measures are that we're working towards. Kia ora.
Tau toko that, so no, ka pai. So I'm going to open it up for any pātai, any questions. I don't have any in here. While I give it a few seconds, I just wanted to point out and wanted to explain to both Councillor Casey and to Councillor Dalton, in regards to our agenda that you see, there has been a change in regards to the recommendations. Now, the recommendations is B, that has now been split into 2 parts. What I will be doing is giving you those 2 parts, which will be B and a new C. And I'm hoping that the mover and seconder will include that in regards to the substantive. So B, it will be deleted, and in place there'll be a replacement B, which is agree that some of the existing members of the Māori Outcomes Steering Group and a member from Ngā Matarai, Finance, Strategy and Independent Māori Statutory Board will support the implementation of the framework. So that is the group of the Māori Outcome Steering Group. And then there'll be a new C, and that is request that the steering group report back to the committee in February of 2021. So B, as you will have it on your agenda that was sent out, that is gone. And my understanding is, as well, Simon and Tania, is that the Independent Māori Statutory Board Secretariat is happy with the 2 recommendations that we're now putting on the paper. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have spoken to the Secretariat about the original resolution that was in the paper, and I think all you're doing with the proposed one is clarifying it a bit, so it's in 2 pieces.
Ka pai, and there's a question just for me. Māori Outcomes Performance Measurement Framework, that is the framework name, Tania, Simon?
And the working title is Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau. So they're one and the same.
Okay, I understand why the questions I'm getting online, because we've got approved the Māori Outcomes Framework when the title of 18 is Māori Outcomes Performance Measurement Framework. Which one should be in at number A? I'm assuming, Tanya, is that Māori Outcomes Performance Measurement Framework.
Aye, that's correct. Well picked up.
Yeah, so can we include that into A, please? And I think the other reference is which committee. It'll come back through to the PACE committee. So for C, request that the steering group report back to the PACE committee, Parks, Arts, Community and Events Committee in February 2021. Thank you so much, Councillor Coombe and Dalton, in regards to that. Thank you for those comments. Any questions, any pātai? Okay, well look, it's been moved and seconded, so I will put the recommendation with the additions that we've just spoken about. So all those in favour?
I just had a comment. Sorry, Alf. It's
no,
Angela.
that's right. Yeah, all yours.
Thank you. Look, really, I just wanted to, just a big congratulations to Tanya and Simone on delivering on recommendation 36 in the CCO review already. And I think it's a huge piece of work and there's still a long way to go. I know you know that, but for you, Tanya, to be able to deliver this before you leave us, I think that's really special and important, and thank you so much. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this being implemented across the whole family, through every department, by every councillor as well, and so that we can really uphold our responsibilities to delivering on outcomes for Māori in Tamaki Makaurau. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Angela, and obviously through this whole piece of work moving forward to February, you will be consulted, spoken to, and also updated as a result of the portfolio holder that you hold for Māori.
Kia ora, Alf.
So look, tēnā kōrua, Tania rawa ko Simon. Thank you so much. And October, I think, is maybe the last committee meeting, Tania, that I'm hoping you will attend. But just to say thank you from all of us in regards to where you are going in your future work. Ngā mihi ki a koe, and thank you so much. So I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Sorry, Mr. Chair, point of order. We can't see the final.
Aye.
Can we see what we're moving? What we're voting on?
No, that's why I said it at the beginning. We won't be able to.
Sorry.
Because this is why I read it out to everybody, because it was better doing it that way than waiting for the technical issues to be resolved. So I've read it out to everybody, and the changes that you see in the comment box, I have incorporated those into recommendation A, which is the framework name. And also in C, the new C, I have put in there the Parks, Arts, Community and Events Committees where the steering group will report to. All I'm asking is that you trust us in that, and when the minutes come out, you will see those. It's just that I didn't want all of us to wait, whether it be half an hour, to try and resolve those.
No, that's fine. I had dismissed you saying them all in one go, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay then. Well, look, it's been put through and also accepted. So, Tania, again to you and Simone. Thank you so much. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
So we move to item 19, which is the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre funding. And I welcome Graham Bodman. Graham, are you still there, my friend? I saw you earlier, your photo, so Councillor John Watson will be moving this item, and the second will be Councillor Bartley. So I now open up for discussion and welcome Graham Bodman. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Chair Alf. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll take the report as read, and I'll just provide a very quick overview, which is that the provisional funding has been made through the emergency budget in financial year FY21 for $100,000, and the provisionally attached to the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. And the purpose of this report is to recommend that the PACE Committee approve a one-off payment of this $100,000 to the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. It's really that simple, and happy to take any questions that anybody may have. Kia ora.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I'm going to open up for questions and comments together, as I have all the way through. And there are no changes at this stage to A and B that you have on your agenda that was sent out. So first question, Councillor Coombe.
Thank you. Just happy to support this item, but I just had two questions, if I may. The first one was if we had supported a 2.5% rates rise increase package, would this funding have been available? And the second question is, in terms of the I Am Auckland item that we had on the agenda earlier, and I think it was in a table, the implementation table, there's no reference to the youth centre specifically. It is a general general goal, I guess, in terms of supporting youth centres, but I was curious why it's not identified as a specific goal to support this youth centre if it's needing funding. So just those two questions, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for the questions. In terms of your first question, in terms of this, what would the situation have been had 2.5% rates increase been passed? I don't have the answer to that question. I could put it across to one of my financial colleagues, possibly to provide a response to that, but otherwise I'd be sort of dabbling in the hypothetical.
Yeah, I'd just like to know if it was in the 2.5% package, but I can take that offline.
Yeah, sorry, Graham. Look, if we could take it offline in regards to that, because the fact that we settled on 3.5, so Pip, if we could take that offline, that'll be great, and we can end up talking with our finance team.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. And with respect to your second question, Councillor Coombe, I Am Auckland. I haven't got reference to that immediately in front of me, but I do. You may recall on I think it was the 11th of June, we had the report back from the Community and Social Policy team on Council's work on youth centres and services and the provision of, and we also heard a delegation from the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre and the public input part of that particular meeting. So it has been considered in that context, and the youth centre also did provide a submission through to the emergency budget requesting this amount of funding. The resolution or the outcome of the youth centre's investigation work was that youth are generally well provided with a range of services, recommended the status quo, but did acknowledge that there might need to be some flexibility with respect to grant application opportunities as needs arise. So nothing specifically was provided with respect to this particular youth centre.
Thank you.
Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Bartley.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, pretty delighted to support this one. I'm fairly familiar with the work of the Youth Centre, and I think they do a great job up there. And I have read the report, but I have to cop to a little confusion as to how we're sort of funding this group in a very, and seemingly a rather piecemeal way. We've got one-off grants here and there all throughout the history of Auckland Council. And I note in the report that we are going to look at this in an LTP way, so that might answer my question. But I'm just wondering if you can comment on that kind of funding history and how sustainable and reliable that all is.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think my comment would be that it's certainly been erratic and not consistent. So it certainly would not have been able to be relied upon because there's been no commitment beyond year on year. And some of the funding has been through one-off grants before my time, but other times from the local board, and then over the last 2 years through one-off grants through the governing body as part of the annual plan process. So it hasn't been consistent, and I guess that would be a fair comment, which is why we've noted that in terms of any future funding, it would need to be considered as part of the LTP, and that would be the next stage to consider it. So certainly I can imagine I know for a fact from the point of view of the youth centre, it's not been the best scenario for them in terms of having any certainty.
Thank you.
So, Shane, just to let you know, the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre will be coming through in the long-term plan discussions that will start soon in regards to funding. And I think not only them, the other youth centres around Auckland who are not getting any council funding from the region will also be doing that.
That's wonderful.
Thank Councillor Bartley, and then Councillor Collins for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer my support to this, and I wanted to second that because I went out to the centre and had a look, and I just saw the great work that happens there with kids of all different backgrounds, not just servicing one particular area. It's a wider area that they look at, not only bringing kids together for sports, but just counselling services and just bringing young people together in their own space. It was really impressive. And I do acknowledge Caitlin Watson and her support and work with the centre. So that's why I wanted to second that. I'm glad to see it's on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the councillors in the board.
Yep, thank you, Josephine. I've got Councillor Collins and then Councillor Walker, and then the last to finish off this particular item. If there's no further, I will get the mover, Councillor Watson, to do that. So, Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Chair. You're texting me back, so you're doing a great job because you're chairing this meeting and you're texting me back when I'm telling you that I'm on the phone and I'm being dropped off. So I really do appreciate you all and all the multitasking you're doing. Sir, I just wanted to offer my full support for this recommendation and throw in a comment of perhaps two unrelated ideas that we've discussed today, which may relate to what Councillor Henderson was asking. Earlier in the meeting, we talked about the Community Access Fund, and I know that there's going to be a review of those groups which are getting council support, funding support, and I know it's a slightly different case, but I'm a little bit puzzled as to why this group, who are doing great things in the community, are getting piecemeal funding, and I think it would be worth a really good look. I know it's coming up as part of the LTP discussion to hopefully formalise some of this funding, but it does cause me some confusion as to how we kind of settle on funding arrangements for groups like this group who are doing really good things in the community. So I'm really glad to support it, and I want to commend Councillors Walker and Watson. I know that in the time that I've been around the governing body table, they have always been really supportive of this youth centre, and I think it's really important that that the youth centre is supported, that they know that their local councillors are really supportive of them, and that heading into the LTP discussions, I'm sure that their advocacy will continue. So thanks also to Graham and his team, because I know that they've been trying really hard to ensure that the centre is supported, and I think this has worked out together really well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vessel. I'll then go to Councillor Walker and then Councillor Simpson.
Yes, hi Alf. I'm encouraged that the youth centre will receive this $100,000 funding. Both myself and Councillor Watson met with Mr. Bodman and also Claudia, and certainly there are a number of issues that have been raised that we need to address going forward, and I'll mention them now. We need a strategic approach to youth, and that needs to deal with implementation. And in that instance, I'm referring to the findings of the CCO review. We're having strategies, and in fact around youth, we really don't have anything strategic. So we need to have that. I'd suggest that we also need to have a regional fund for youth that could embrace youth centres. I've raised that on any number of occasions. And certainly as far as the youth centres are concerned, generally across Auckland, it would be helpful to have a template that indicates the different circumstances, the circumstances where council is providing land and building, CapEx funding and OPEX funding, which is the case with some youth centres, the case where the council is only providing the land and the youth centre, and in this case the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, has to make a plea every year for a contribution to some operational funding. The circumstance where there are some youth centres that are on council land, council building, council funds, all the building costs and so on. And that kind of template and that kind of monitoring is essential for councillors to have oversight and to make equitable, fair and appropriate decisions across youth centres. And then in addition to that, it would be helpful to also in that template to identify the various deliverables of the youth centre. And I would make the observation that in the case of the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, it has multiple deliverables that are probably quite outstanding across the region. So I make the plea, Mr. Chair, going forward, if the officers could provide that information and do that work, because that is what we need to inform the long-term plan decisions going forward. Otherwise, to again quote some of the comments I think that Miriam Dean made, we otherwise have a very wishy-washy situation, which is what we want to avoid.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne, and let's not forget the report that Liz and her team did on the 11th of June. Some of what you've said was answered in that particular agenda item and report, but also there was an option that we had there of supporting our youth centres across the region, but the committee decided not to do that, and we stayed with option one. That's because of the emergency budget that we were going through. So look, they've taken on board, and for me, I'm just going to move through to Councillor Simpson.
Oh, that's really what I was going to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I support this. I just want to make the point that this was part of the 3.5% emergency budget option. Councillor Walker asked me specifically in discussions whether this was in that budget, and Finance advised that it was. As you know, the lower option had a reduction in grant funding. So I absolutely support it, and I wish them all well delivering for Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Thank you, Disley, because, yeah, thank you with the conversations we had in regards to this issue. Yeah, thank you. if there's no further questions or comments, I'm going to leave the last to Councillor Watson to close, and then I will put the recommendation. Just want to acknowledge the manager. I know she's on YouTube, but I just want to acknowledge the mahi and work that they do there and across all our youth centres. So, Councillor Watson, John, you've got the last say, and then I will put the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to all the councillors have spoken in support of this. I really appreciate it, and what's more, the young people that this region serves will be eternally grateful. And I wonder, Mr. Chair, if I could just make a few comments. I haven't said anything today, but as much as this is dealing with the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, I think it actually fits in with some of the items that we've covered earlier. There's a kind of holistic picture starting to emerge here, and I think particularly of the IM Auckland update, where we really, get a real snapshot of what's happening to our youth in Auckland, and remember, our youth make up a third of our population, 530,000 people, in fact. And with COVID-19, we are seeing some, real disturbing trends in terms of unemployment, where the youth is twice the rate of older cohorts, where there's higher rates of loneliness and isolation. Some really sad polling there showing things like nearly 20% of 15 to 29-year-olds feeling lonely all or most of the time. We have a third of the people, homeless people, in that kind of under 25 bracket, and it's being exacerbated amongst the most vulnerable groups, and that's backed up by all the various surveys that are done by organisations such as Youthline. And if we just look at that employment, the people not in education, employment or training, it was 10% at the end of last year, 16% before the first lockdown in March. Some areas it was 25% even at that stage. Goodness knows what it's like now, and this is before they come off the wage subsidy. So I think, Mr. Chair, when that combines with some of the other information we're privileged to get as councillors, and I think of the Auckland Plan update that we got at the start of the year, where we had the one paragraph that really stood out for me, and it goes to the fundamental role of not just this Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, but all our youth centres, where in 2018, which was a couple of years ago, Aucklanders had a World Health Organisation wellbeing score of less than 13, which meant that was indicative of poor emotional well-being or poor mental health. And Auckland compared poorly with the other New Zealand cities. Suicide rates, as an indicator of mental health, in New Zealand reached its highest level ever, with the highest number of suicides in Auckland, and that was driven by an increase in the number of young people. Bearing in mind, New Zealand suicide rate is twice that of United States, 5 times that of UK, and Auckland was at the worst of the New Zealand rates, and perversely enough, areas like the Hibiscus Coast were at the worst level of the rates in Auckland. So it's not always the kind of socio-economic geographic mix that the people widely have perceptions on. It's great to see government funding being accessed for our other areas in Auckland that are in real need, like the South and West. And, thank goodness for the Southern Initiative and the work that they're doing in the South and the West. But there's massive big gaps, and the Northern region is one of those massive big gaps that this youth centre, it's rather anomalous, its name. It should really be the Northern Region Youth Centre. It takes in a lot more than the Hibiscus Coast, and it's dealing with literally thousands of people in any given year, and the officers provided us with some of that data there. In fact, in the last full year, they dealt with 39,000 participants, or people coming through their doors. That's 750 people a week
young people a week. In fact, it's more than that, because the manager tells me that that's just the recorded numbers. They can have anywhere from 100 to 200 people that aren't recorded, that pop in, that access some of the services or use some of the facilities. So it's actually a lot higher than that 750 a week that's actually coming through there. In the school holidays, we also get up there people from other parts of Auckland, and I think Councillor Bartley referred to that at one point and with some of her comments, where people are coming from other parts of Auckland actually to utilise the facility up there or go in some of their programs. Their programs are pretty wide and varied: music and arts, sport and recreation. But for me, the most important one, if I have to rank it, is what they do with what they call community leadership, but really what is to do with reducing mental health concerns, supporting suicide prevention, providing social and supervised activities for the youth, mentoring, employment guidance, and really providing leadership models from within the youth themselves to try and inspire and help their peers. The region it takes in is pretty big. It really is this northern region, and just bear in mind that the Hibiscus Coast as such is an area that's got about 20,000 people, half of additional people from the last few years at Millwater and Milldale coming, that are just a stone's throw away from this facility. So we've got a real compounding effect of them dealing not just with these very real problems in the Hibiscus Coast that are really disturbing, but also a massive population increase that's occurring right at that very time. So this funding from the council is really essential. I mean, we've got COVID-19 going on, we've got the existing situation, we've got the population growth, we've got the fact that it goes outside its immediate boundaries, and all those things kind of compound. I mean, just as a point of comparison, one person getting mentoring through the youth justice system, a cost of 150 grand a year is attributed to dealing with one of those people. So the investment here that the council's making in the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre, proportionate to that, is incredibly valuable. And I would just, Mr. Chair, really like to thank the officers, none of whom I've got to see, who have worked at this behind the scenes and supported the youth centre, because they do really appreciate it, they do need it, and this kind of hand-to-mouth existence is kind of incredibly unsettling, despite the very valuable work they do. But I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Chair, for the way you handled this item, and to my colleagues who have supported it, because for me, it's dealing with our young, our vulnerable youth in particular. That is a top priority now, more so than ever. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Alf.
Yeah, thank you both, and I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you to the team. Graham? We'll move on to item 20, Parks, Arts, Community Events Committee Forward Work Programme. Again, apologies for the...
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Yep, but there is, however, before you do, and I will second that, Wayne, is that the attached version is the old version. So the new version is in Nexus and will be attached to the minutes. Now, if you have any questions, please refer those questions to the to our departments that relate to them, and all the changes are in green. So if there's no questions or comments, it's been moved and seconded. No, I don't see any in the chat. So I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. We then move to item 21. I will move that. Second.
Happy to second, Alf.
Councillor Walker. Any questions? If not, I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. There is no extraordinary business. And meeting closed at 3 minutes past 3. Can I just say thank you to Maya, Sandra, Marianne, plus Priscilla. Thank you all at this end, but thank you to everybody on online for making this short as we could, and wish you all the best for the day. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very well
Thank
chaired.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Al.